Good morning, day, night, evening, afternoon, guys. Welcome on. Hello. Welcome on. Today, we're gonna continue this cast of Shaman. Get through the rest of normal, of course. And, yeah. What am I missing? We're missing Act 4, 5, 6. Welcome on, Bloomers. Welcome on, Corn, Old, Ground Zero, Micmac. Hello. Dejustator, welcome on. So let's maybe like turn down the music a little bit. As good as StarCraft music is, it is even fucking older than this game and doesn't have to overshadow this game, does it? So we've arrived at Homestead, and he wasn't sure we would make it. Little did he know that we're playing an OP beginner build, Totem Shaman, which gets to this place easily. Okay, I also have to like sell more items, right? What the hell is this? What would be the most Protoss-like class? I mean, name-wise, they already have like Zealot and Archon in the game. I mean, Archon is already in the game and Zealot is gonna like, come with the expansion of Fangs of Asterkarn, right? Oh, you mean like playstyle-wise? I mean, you could be like some lightning dual-wield melee character that would like represent as Zealot, I guess, kind of. All these items aren't gonna be better than my weapons that I have right now, I think, for this build at least. So you're just gonna like sell all of them. Thunder Touch Bracers is really nice if you're playing Promise Strike. I have no idea why these don't have attack speed though. And I mean, for my build right now, it's useless anyway. So let's just sell that. And I mean, eventually I will need like, actually like right now I need like a lot more Chaos Rest, don't I? Because we're gonna like be able to, like we want to be able to do not die to Bolvar and the Blood Growth, which is like the second to next area that we're gonna get to. So what you can always do, right, like you could like sell all items until like the page is, well, not quite full, but almost full. And then write Chaos Resistance here, and it's gonna like show you all the items that have Chaos Resistance. And I only have, well, 2 here. I guess this one is fine. Yeah, we can play this one. The shoulder has literally less than the one I already have, so that wouldn't really be an upgrade, would it? Wildun Vindicator equals Stimmed Marine. Some like, oops, some like insane attack speed character, yeah. But it would need to like hurt itself as well, right? Like get more attacks, or like get more total speed by hurting yourself. Because the Stim Pack like hurts the Marines, right? I mean, yeah, for like Protoss, I guess like all the lightning builds would make sense. Something like this. Maybe it's like a... I mean, the Tempest Devotion reminds me a lot of like... which you're probably gonna like pick right now, honestly. Reminds me a lot of like the storms from the Templars as well. They can cast. Snumek, Cobra, welcome on guys. Hello. yeah, the Psy Storms. Lightning Vines. Oh yeah, I guess. I mean, if you're playing the League, right? I mean, I bring this up every now and then because the League is obviously awesome. If you're playing the Community League, then yeah, you can cosplay a like Protoss Templar even more, I guess. If you're like a Lightning Conjurer or like Lightning Druid. Show devotions. You can check out the devotions as well, like what I have right now, like in the description below on YouTube. Like there's some grimtools links there. You can like check out the build pretty much as it is right now in this very moment. I will definitely get Tempest next. And then I should probably work towards like Ultos, the Storm Shepherd. Maybe like grab Giant or Chariot for like healing along the way. It kind of like depends what secondary class you want to play. Like if you want to play like a Elementalist, for example, like a Demolitionist secondary, then Giant is going to be insanely good because Elementalist is a very, very good like regen class as well. For something like a, well, Druid, for example, you could also check out like a Ludrigan Druid build guide on my YouTube channel. There are like several, I think like 2 or 3 like different Ludrigan guides I made at some like across like various points in time, which again have like the grimtools linked down below, and there you can like check out the devotions as well. Glad to watch some video game. Kind of stressful right now with work or life. Life. Also, maybe I should like summon my wind devils. What the fuck am I doing, right? They are permanent now, so I kind of like forget to even summon them in the first place. But they're not automatically summoned when you spawn in the game. Yeah. You do have to remember to actually summon them. After having Oak Skin and Stonecolor's packs maxed out, obviously I'm gonna like still packs out the Raging Tempest. And then also gonna start getting some more HP in Heart of the Wild. And other than that, you should definitely like start picking your second class. About like level 40, I would say, would be ideal at the latest. Delaying it even further really doesn't make all that much sense. That said, I will delay it further on this character. I'm gonna like go all the way through normal on pure Shaman up to like around level 55 to 60, something like that. Or pretty much like until the character is like ultimate ready. Yeah. And why am I doing that? Well, so that you can at home basically like decide what class you want to play secondary. There's many different options. Oh, hold on. I need to go into the Hive cluster, right? What the fuck am I doing? The Hive cluster needs to be under attack. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. Yo, Draggle, thanks for the 3 months. Welcome on. Appreciate the Prime. Wait, did I not go inside? I didn't go inside yet, right? What is this? A triple rare? Like a rare prefix, rare suffix, and a rare base, which you will, well, be notified by A, from the drop sound, and B, because it has like a fully glowing like green with a golden like border like symbol left to its name, to the left of its name. So that's kind of nice. Is this particular one good? I mean, for this build that I'm playing right now, not really, but if you are playing a like, you know, Judgment Oathkeeper, it's I think a pretty good drop actually. Did I seriously like miss the... Yeah. Here it is. Let's head down to the skittering then. And then even further below. The Den of the Lost. Do we know when? By the way, talking about PoE2 real quick. Do we know when 0.2 is gonna hit? Like in which date exactly? It should be like end of March, rather like middle of March. So we kind of like soon. Which community is more toxic, League of Legends or Dota? I don't know. It's probably a close battle between the two. I feel like both communities have actually gotten better though. Like, because they they actually ban people more than they did in the past for like talking shit, at least in League. And yeah, I mean, I feel like both games are full of smurfs nowadays. Like, it used to be different, like people actually like used to start play the game for the first time and so on. Toxic kids, like 30-year-old kids or actual kids. I don't think like any actual kids are playing MOBAs anymore. I don't know. I guess they got unpopular at some point. I mean, when I actually, I know some people that are like around like 19, 20 years old that do play League at least. I think Dota might be even more boomer than League, to be fair, but it's technically even older. How old am I? I mean, take a guess, I guess. I'm something between 20 and 50. When you mentioned League of Legends to your 9-year-old nephew, he laughed like I said something ridiculous. Like, did you say just LOL or like the actual, like the full name? Hello, hello. The average age of a WoW player is like 80. I think the average WoW player age is like probably like 13.8, if I had to guess. Yo, scatterbrain, what are you doing? I don't know about full time, but I'm trying at least 3 times a week again. I think like most people that like playing WoW are like 35-ish, right? Like, something like that. You did say League of Legends, like the full name? Okay. The thought of him and his friends playing it was laughable. Oh, wait, what the fuck am I doing? I'm like getting sidetracked over and over now today. Like I'm like going through the same area twice by reading chat. Holy shit, what's wrong with me? Okay, we're gonna get to the ethereal amalgamation now, right? We already killed the boss here. I guess it just happened so fast. And on this build, you're just like putting down totems, you can read chat, you don't have to like pay attention to anything really. It's such a like chill build to play. Like I even like forget where I'm actually like supposed to go. What rank was I in LoL? I was like, what was it, like Diamond 2 in 2014, 13, Diamond 3, Diamond 2 most of the time, something like that. GTA 5 is as old as LoL. It's actually younger than LoL, right? That's the funny thing. LoL is actually even older than GTA 5. Oh, because like kids still like GTA 5. I mean, I don't know what it is with kids nowadays, but like, literally every game has to be a shooter, right? Like there has to be guns in every fucking game, otherwise they're not gonna play it. I don't get it. Still haven't played any MOBA. Also, they look like boring as fuck. I mean, MOBAs like originated from like RTS games in a way, right? So, if you hated RTS, then I guess most MOBAs also weren't for you necessarily. I don't know, I feel like back in the day, like, shooters were way more frowned upon because there were no, like, kids-friendly shooters, right? Like, you had fucking Doom, which was definitely not kids-friendly. You had, like, Quake, which, well, some kids played, but it wasn't really kids-friendly technically either. You had, like, Counter-Strike, which obviously isn't kids-friendly either. You had, like, something like Fortnite doesn't exist, right? You played Doom when you were, like, 7? Okay. The first time I played Doom, I was like 12, I think. Half-Life? I mean, I also... The first time I played Half-Life, I was like 14.
My scouts have reported back.
There are 2 other groups. The one you call Ulgrim has...
I have come to represent
GoldenEye, yeah, GoldenEye. I also didn't play like until I was like at least. I feel like maybe like my parents were like really strict. Like I basically didn't play a single shooter until I was like at least 12. And I would also say like none of them were like, well, none of them were like trying to be like even GoldenEye and so on, right? Like there's still like blood and stuff, right? And you actually like it's kind of like realistic. Like it shows you that like killing people are like it's brutal, right? But in fucking Fortnite, right, you shoot someone and then like candy pops out. Like what is this? Paintball mode in the GoldenEye. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like everything that's like you're still like shooting people in the fucking head, right? Like it's. I feel like making it like pop out candy or like even like making it paintball is kind of like make it seem more harmless than it is. But then again, okay. Like on one hand, right, I didn't play like computer games that were like shooters until I was like 12. On the other hand, I mean, we definitely played like, I don't know, fucking like police and how does it even say in English, like gangsters and police, right? When we were like outside as kids and we used like, I don't know, either fucking sticks as guns or like those like kid guns as guns, right? So I guess we like played like shooters in real life instead, which I guess isn't much better. Like turf wars, kind of. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we played that kind of stuff like when we were like 7, 8, 9. Like, or 6, 7, 8, mostly cops and robbers, yeah, stuff like that, yeah. Which I guess is pretty much the same in the end, so. You remember when you talked about your nephew about Star Wars? You asked if you watched the old movies, he said he saw the old ones. After further talking, you realized he was talking about the movies from 2001. Yep. I mean, they're pretty old at this point as well, I guess, yeah. I remember my parents being like, when like the new ones, I mean, the old new ones, right, came out. And I was like a kid, and my parents were like, it's like new stuff is so crappy, like you have to like, okay, like you're allowed to watch the new ones, but you have to watch the old ones first, right? So they made me like watch the old ones first, and then I was like allowed to watch the new ones. Like the old new ones, the 2001 stuff and so on. Why is my voice so brutal today? I may or may not have been drinking yesterday, that's probably why. So maybe I'm like a bit wasted, I don't know. And I usually never drink, so yeah. I'm not used to it. Maybe I should like drink more often. for my voice to sound more brutal. May or may not have been yelling in Dota. Yeah, true. After being out with like friends, a couple of drinks, I came back home and I played some Dota with Ground Zero and Magifer and so on. And those games might or might not have been infuriating. Which I guess is a given it's Dota, right? Usually never drink. I mean, the last time I drank before yesterday was the week before. Okay, but like the week before that, the last time I drank before that was like on New Year's. And before that, I like pretty much didn't drink anything like the entire last year. Is Magic done with Dota? No, he's still playing it every now and then. I think he streams less because like, I mean, nobody watches him play Dota. But he's still playing like as much as he was when he was streaming it every day. He just streams it less, I think, now. But he was streaming yesterday, I think. Which I also like realized a bit later. Like I was like talking absolute dog shit on apparently stream, but I didn't realize it was on stream. If you ever need to add more bourbon voice lines in the league, you can just drink and record that day. Drinking during the week, no wonder Germany's fucked. I mean, that's not like... I mean, I would say people have been drinking more during the week in the past than they are nowadays. And people drink wholly less now than before. Oh, right, also my Chaos Rest is fucked. I almost fucking died to Boiler because I didn't pay attention. You should have like at least 60% Chaos Rest, honestly, if you go here. And if you don't have that, you can very much die to him, like I almost did. Yeah, as you saw there. Yearly Oktoberfest isn't enough to stay in shape. Well, I didn't go there. I live like 15 minutes away from the Oktoberfest, like by foot, but I didn't go there just like last year. Oktoberfest is way too expensive. And it's like a tourist trap anyway, so... Like, I could literally just get a beer for like 50 cents from the supermarket, or like a beer like in certain clubs for like €1 or like 1.50 or €2 max. Or I could get a beer at Oktoberfest for like 15 euros. Right? So, I don't know. What the fuck? Yeah, that's beer prices in Germany. It's like the same price as like bottled water, basically. Yeah, the cheapest are like 50 cents, yeah. But I mean, those also like taste bad, right? Like the ones that actually taste okay are like maybe like €1, 1.50, something like that. Which is still fucking cheap, right? That's already insanely inflated, holy. I mean, maybe those are like Munich prices, right? It might be even cheaper where you are. You can't get a beer for less than €5 or $5. Well, yeah. That's when your country actually doesn't want you to drink, right? But in Germany, like, beer is part of the... it's basically like a human right, right? To drink alcohol, so... Beer is cheap. Like, there was definitely like a time frame in Germany where having an internet connection was not considered a necessity, but having access to cheap beer was. And you can tell also because our internet is fucking terrible, but our beer prices are low. Belgian beer better than German beer? Belgian beer is really good too, yeah, I have to say. Better or not, I don't know. I don't drink enough beer to judge that properly, to be fair. I have no idea. Yo, Gatling Fiend, welcome, welcome. Play fighting is perfectly normal for both MLs and humans. Yeah, it is. It is. Wasn't Germany really harsh on video game violence in the 90s? It was like in the 2000s, actually. We had like this whole, like, was so-called like Killerspiel-Debatte, like killer games debate, where like people, they wanted to like outlaw like any games, like Counter-Strike and so on, because they thought like, we had like the thing is like Germany has like pretty much no school shootings at all, but we had like I think 2 or 3-ish school shootings in the 2000s, like early 2000s, And that was like a lot considered, like compared to what we had before and also after. So people were like literally debating whether or not they should like ban any games with guns because of like school shootings, like the 2 or 3 that we had. Because they basically like tried to blame like video games for it, because they saw that like the people that, you know, did the school shootings, they were like also playing stuff like Counter-Strike on their PCs. But I mean, literally every kid back then played Counter-Strike, so it was such a stupid debate. Like, holy... I do have to go here? Oh yeah, we have to go here, we have to kill this guy. Okay. But big titted beer keller model. Wait, what the fuck am I reading that? What do you mean? Is that a question or an exclamation point or just like a fact or? I mean, they exist, yes. If that's what you're saying. They should have banned all 80s action movies then as well. No, movies were fine. Movies were fine. Movies were totally fine. Violence in movies was fine because you were not playing the character, right? Like, the logic was, the second you are behind the mouse and the keyboard and you're killing stuff, it's like... I mean, I have to say, it is obviously like a bit more immersive than like watching a movie. It certainly is. But I thought like that's the thing that like makes people like, you know, flip the switch to actually do it. And yeah, also like all the people that have never gamed anything on any PC, like didn't even know how PC worked, of which like many people still existed in the 2000s in Germany at least. Yeah, they thought it's like the thing that like corrupts our kids, and I don't know. Back for full-time streams? I wouldn't call us full-time streams, but I'll try to stream more. Let's say it like that. What's the deal with Schumacher? Is he even alive? I have no idea. I mean... Didn't he have like some kind of like skiing accident and then he was like in coma for a long time? I don't know if he recovered or not. Like, he kind of got deleted from the news, so I have no idea. And I'm not really big into like celebrity people, so I have no idea. I know his brother is alive and does like stupid like car commercials all the time. Like Ralf Schumacher, right? Who was also like Formula 1 pilot, but not as quite as successful. I mean, he was like fine, but not as good as Michael Schumacher. We all jumped on people's heads after playing Super Mario. Yeah, true, right? Like, that literally happened, like, every single day, right? Yep. Like, the reason why, like, people, like young kids, like, jump on the, like, heads and bellies of, like, their parents is because of Mario, of course. Like, before Mario, kids have never done that ever before, like, didn't exist. True and real. Pope 2 is half dead now. I feel like every Pope is like almost always like half dead, at least like half of his time that he's like the Pope. Because they're always like 70 when they get elected or something like that, so... They kinda like start out like half dead already. Okay, 70 is maybe like a bit over-exaggerated for like half dead, but... 80 sometimes they are as well. He started robbing banks after playing GTA, true story, yep. True and real. I don't know, I feel like games that allow you to do stuff that you can't do in real life exist for a reason. Right? Because isn't it better to live out your fantasies in games than real life? At least some of them. I mean, many people have like fucked up fantasies sometimes, or like fantasies that would not be like socially acceptable in the way they would like to do it, right? So I don't know, I think like it's fine to have like, I mean, that's why you have like books and stories and movies and games as well. Well, I couldn't kill like any Chthonian monsters like in real life, could I? Oh yeah, Zarya, you gotta be careful when you do the totem and Zarya next to it. And also when Zarya like puts down her crystals, you gotta be extra careful. Either like kill them instantly, like I did with this aura, like with this Tempest attack. What's it called? Lightning Nova attack? Nova attack, yeah. Or like run away, because the crystals, if you have the chaos resistance debuff on you and you have like not the greatest chaos resistance, they're just gonna like kill you, right? Pingy83, welcome on. Is the chat language only English or is German also okay? Usually it's only English, but I mean, if you have a hard time expressing yourself in English, you can also write in German, and obviously I do understand German, so it will be fine by me. Okay, the first character to 70, but it feels like I've been trying to finish out my first set for 1,000,000 hours now. Is there a trick? I don't know. The trick is play more and just get lucky. Can't we use Zarya's pendant? We can actually. You're right. You're right. We should and can. We can and should. Yeah, because this is like +1 to all skills to Shaman, obviously. It's very good. Even though we lose some lightning damage from the other praxis thing, it's probably worth it. And I do have like maxed out Pierce Res even with this amulet on. So yeah, that's a pretty good idea to use this one. It's a bit like pet-centric, the amulet, but +1 to all the skills and this entire mastery is still obviously very good, especially when you only play one mastery, like I am right now. So yeah, everything got like boosted by 1, which is nice. All those points are useful as well for me. How does the late game in Grim Dawn look like? Is it just totem farming? No, no, no. Totem farming is like what you do when you're too weak to do everything else, right? The true end game would be like Shattered Realm, Crucible, and trying to gear up so that you can defeat all the what's it called? Like all the like Celestials, right? Like the Uber bosses. Like those are like the 3 options we have right now. And there are also, of course, the Skeleton Key dungeons, which are, I would say, between totems and like the other 3. Skeleton Key dungeons, especially like the Tomb of the Heretic one over here, and Forgotten Gods. They're obviously like a lot harder than like totem farming, and can still like give you very nice loot. And some of them have like, well, all of them actually have like dungeon specific loot as well that you can only get in those dungeons, nowhere else. So depending on your build, you might wanna like farm the like whichever dungeon you want to farm as well. Yeah, random sets, like if it's your first character, I would never really plan a build around like a set. Yeah, this is like, as you said yourself, like this is not Diablo, you're not getting a free set handed to you at level whatever. You have to find them, and they're almost all random drops. There are some that you can target farm, but even those take like a long time to get because the drop rate is kind of low. So what I usually do is I plan my build around like actually rather easy to get target farmable items, like which are usually green items, green so-called monster frequents, something like Grover's Sky Effigy, Sigarius' Sacred Blade, Zarya's Pendant, like items that like drop from specific monsters or bosses at a decent chance, or sometimes even like 100% chance. And then you only have to like get lucky with like the affixes, I guess, a bit, but it's not that bad. And you can make like very, very strong builds to be able to like farm, well, not the very hardest content necessarily, but like almost all content with those. And then you can like use that build to efficiently, well, farm like the content that gives you the best results for like random sets. And then either you get the set that you wanted to play after that, for the character that you have right now, or you get like another set that looks interesting to you and you like switch characters. Like sometimes switching characters can be faster to get like an actual good endgame build going, because once you also are at the point where you should be with a like monster and frequent build like I just told you, you should be able to, for example, defeat the Lokar Celestial boss, which is one of the easier Celestial bosses, which allows you to get the Lokar set, and the Lokar set is a set that speeds up leveling significantly, resulting in you being able to like run from level 1 to 94 in like 6 hours-ish, or sometimes even like faster than that. So, yeah. Gigabyte lost the best GPU in the market. AMD's actually king now. What? Interesting. Your only fantasy was to be loved, lol. I mean, there's even games for that, right? You got the medal or amulet from her, +1 to all skills, like the Zarya amulet? Yeah, this one, yeah. One day the Krieg set will be good again, one day. I mean, Krieg is not like terrible, but it's not the best set either, I would say. It's okay though. Pierce Elemental, Pierce Aether Stun. I mean, this one is better than the Crony Ring right now, I would say, for sure. But it doesn't fix the Chaos or Vitality problem that I have. I also want to put something better into my helmet. Once you're respected with like factions, you can start buying some of their blueprints. Let's see here. Devil's Crossing gives you these talismans that allow you to dual wield, and then some other components over here and relics. You will eventually have to buy like all of the ones that give you like relics or like components, because you will at some point eventually need all of them to like craft stuff. But early on you mightn't have the most amount of iron bits, so you might have to hold back on some of them. And like focus, like prioritize the ones that you actually want to need. Grim Dawn made you soil your trousers. The soil trousers. Ismail, welcome in, welcome in. Zevos. Alright, you can craft a runestone in the helmet now. Runestone is a really good component. You should probably like either put runestone or a sanctified bone in your helmet most of the time. Actually, in this case... Oh, these are not respected yet. Yeah, let's use the runestone then for now. But in my case, I actually would rather use a sanctified bone, because sanctified bone gives you... Oh. That's interesting. Sanctified bone gives you like chaos vitality resistance. Okay, I guess we're going like no component for now on the helmet. I need like some crystals. Need to find some crystals, but I don't want to lose my portal here. Just want to like finish this map first. Does Grimdawn have iconic spells like Frozen Orb or Blizzard from Diablo 2? I have no idea what Frozen Orb and Blizzard are from Diablo 2, so I don't know how iconic they really are. But then again, like Grim Dawn has also like the skills, which are all cool, I think. Like, I think they're all iconic. Like, I think every game is like has like iconic skills in its own way, but I guess Grim Dawn has like less iconic skills because like more skills are actually viable. Like in Diablo 2, like whenever I hear anything about that game, it always feels like there's only like 2 builds that are viable. Like Sork, or you play Enigma, right? I didn't play Diablo 2. I played Diablo 2 in 2020 the first time, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it because I already played Grim Dawn at that point. But I can see it being insane, like, for back in the 2000s, right? I also played the Diablo 2 mod for Grim Dawn once. It's pretty cool, actually. They're nice. I just think like in the current year, like there's just better games than Diablo 2, so didn't really like bother playing it all that much. You love immune stuff, yeah. Makes you play more party. I guess, yeah. If you wanna play multiplayer, that is. Maybe you just wanna play single player. I think Grim Dawn is more single player than Diablo 2 even, I would say. Gameplay feels better than Diablo 2. Gameplay to me felt absolutely dog shit in Diablo 2. Like, what is it with, like, you have to press a button first and then press left click to even, like, activate the ability, and, like... I guess maybe, like, they fixed it now in D2R, but I played, like, the old Diablo 2. And that was, like, kinda... I don't know. All the potion stuff, like... I don't know. At least to me it didn't feel good. Like, it felt okay, but... Not that insane. But then again, I mean, like, nostalgia is, like, strong, and I do like playing maybe some games that I've played, like, as a kid as well, that I don't know, I would probably not even recommend to other people now, because it's actually not that good of a game. But subjectively, I still like playing it, because I like played it in the past. Barbarian Whirlwind is greater than Grim Dawn Spin to win. I don't think I've... Oh yeah, I think I stopped playing Barbarian, like, in the first map, because the entire, like, didn't feel good. But, I mean, I guess, like, Barbarian is, like, a class we have to, like, just get to, like, high levels to even enjoy the class. I have to agree that, like, the Eye of Reckoning in Grim Dawn doesn't feel that great. Like, it's okay, but... It's also, like, worse than, like, in other RPGs, like Diablo, or... like, modern Diablos, like Diablo 4 or 3, or... Path of Exile, I guess. Corpse Explosion was better, doesn't exist in Grim Dawn. That's true, that doesn't exist in Grim Dawn. Here's a challenge idea. You try to kill all super bosses with a mediocre build. Aether Creek Death Knight. I think you can do all bosses except for maybe Kala and Crate. With Creek Death Knight. Like, Kala is ridiculous nowadays. And her sands are just... Like, Kala is a terrible hero, like, boss, I think, like, design-wise, kind of. Like, the flippant sands are so stupid. Scratch Ravager? I think Krieg should be able to kill Ravager. It's not gonna be a fast kill, but it should be possible. Yeah, Grim Dawn mechanics are... I think, like, the gameplay is fun and very fine for what it is, but there are certain mechanics that don't exist in this engine, and thus they are, like, pretty much never gonna happen. Ravager is tougher than Kala? I still don't think so, personally. I think Ravager is still easier than Kala. You have to just, like, dodge the Sunder attack properly, which is hard to dodge, I know, but, like, you have to... If you dodge it properly, it's still easier than Kala, I would say. Kala Sunder is easier to dodge, yes, but she still has sands and just, like, tornadoes, all that shit. Maybe with, like, all the armor buffs, it's easier now to kill Kala, though. I should try. I should try, like, playing some actual endgame again soon. Increase no regen. You play Leech, right? You can also play, like, Ratosh if you want to play against super bosses specifically to get, like, more Leech. Big armor slash physical resistance makes Kala kinda easy. Yeah, but you can't get Physarus anymore, right? So... that is the problem. A beginner playing endgame? Yeah, I'm new to this game. I only play beginner builds. She don't allow Kala to, like, Put 4 stacks on you, you're fine, I guess, yeah. Like 4 tornado stacks on you. Maybe, yeah. I mean, Krieg was able to kill Ravager in the past, so I don't see why it shouldn't be now. Like, the game just got power crept. I mean, I know Ravager got, like, harder, but it's really all about, like, just dodging his attack, like his thunder attack, and as long as you do that, it's, like, the same as before. Alright, we can pick up the Tempest now. Which... I think I'm gonna put this to Wind Devils actually, and then I'm gonna put this to Storm Totem instead. That should be good. You feel like Blade Master might be pretty tanky now with all the Giga Armor Boss and getting a bunch of the A and shit. Any good builds? I mean, Belgothian should be good. For example. Like Belgo BM. Should be pretty good. And Belgo always had like good armor, I think. So now it's gonna be even more. Nadan. Nadan is probably fine too, yeah. But like Nadan is 2 hands, so it doesn't get the physical resistance or like, well, the percent armor now from dual blades. Seemed kinda does a cringe when you tried last time, maybe it's okay. I think it should be okay. Why can't you find a Savage Relic for your Necromancer? Have you checked out all of the faction Quartermasters? Because some of the relics you can just buy from the Quartermasters. Like the faction vendors, basically. He lost another 100 today to Purge. You hate that mechanic? I know this is maybe like controversial, but I actually love the mechanic. Also, I think it's a lot fairer now than it used to be. Like, you used to have to like reapply all of your like buffs manually again. Either way, it is painful, and you can certainly die to it. I think I lost like 1 character to it as well once.
See anything you like?
Live and learn, or well, die, learn, and then live again. That's the only thing you can do about it, I guess. Mantle of the Weeping Eye seems kind of like the same thing as Astral Mantle, just like higher level, right? We lose like 2 points of Raging Tempest, but we gain like more Chaos, Res, and more damage. So this should be an upgrade. And also more armor, of course. Which is like the main reason why you want to upgrade your armor. Cool. Give me 1 sec. Plasma Blades leveling was ass for a long time. It might be better now though, I kinda wanna try it actually. I wanna try it, like I wanna try endgame with Demon Slayer. I have a Demon Slayer build, I just need to like log into it and like play it a bit. Oh, we have enough crystals now, woohoo. And yeah, for leveling you can do the Vitality crossbow, yep. There's gonna be some pretty like juicy monster frequencies actually for Phantasmal Blades as well in Fangs of Asterkarn. Any leakers? There's I think like one weapon at least for Pierce PB. Brandon Schmelter, good morning, good morning. Wait, did I not talk to them yet? Oh, I gotta go back to Homestead. Right. Gotta talk to people. Biggest problem is the energy demand early on, yeah. Like for Act 1 it's gonna be painful. After that you usually should get access to like ectoplasm pretty easily, but like in Act 1 itself it's definitely rather painful, yeah. Oops.
You're here with the...
Can't wait for the conversion to be dropped. Yeah, it's currently already dropped on the playtest, but yeah, it will also be dropped on live eventually. Your Necro has gear that has pet% damage on pretty much all gear. You have a weapon that now converts all physical to vitality damage to and vitality damage to fire damage. The increased fire damage and duration with your Skeleton's Rip Spirit, would that be an upgrade to damage or a bad weapon? I also use Blind Field. Blind Fiend.
May the light of Empyrean.
I mean, depends if you want to like play Vitality pets or not. If you don't want to play Vitality, I mean Fire, right? If you don't want to play Fire, then obviously it's not good. If you want to play Fire, then it's good. I think the second you get that item, it depends like what level you are. But it's probably an upgrade either way for you right now. If I had to guess. My favorite skill in the game. My favorite skill in the game.
Good. You've already precise.
I'm probably Shadow Strike. Or like the grenades. Or Virus Might Skater. My favorite skill is Blast Shield. Alright, you have to go down here first. Your favorite skill, Drain Essence? Oof. Doomboard is pretty chunky, yeah. He is good, yeah, for sure. Guess your favorite skill, Frozen Sky Shard. Hard guess, right? Hard guess. They might announce Fangs release date in the April misadventure. In the April one, eh? I mean, they might, yeah. You like the shield throw the most? Oh, the Dragon ARPG? I've seen it. It looks okay, I guess. But it didn't seem like interesting enough for me to try it out for some reason. Like, it's okay, I guess. Didn't seem insanely crazy or... But I guess it's okay. I'm kind of busy with just Grim Dawn right now, to be fair, and also Lost Epoch Season 2 soon, and then PoE 2 0.2. Like, I'm fine just playing like those 3 games, to be fair. Like, unless there's another RPG that's like really, really fucking good, I think I'm not gonna play it. And I guess I'm also gonna like play Titan Quest 2, which hopefully is good. I mean, looks good, I think, but we'll see. Why is Oathkeeper the worst leveling class? It's just like bad until like level 25-ish, I feel like, or 30. After that it's okay, but early it's really painful. Like early it's really like the worst out of all of them. Because like all of your skills are either weapon damage based or deal like no damage. Eye Reckoning and Virus Might are like okay, but like Virus Might needs some items, and I mean Eye Reckoning is like the only one that I feel like is okay as a standalone, but it's very deep in the tree as well. But like Aegis is like single target by default. You need to like put more points to make it like have at least some AoE. It's like very point hungry, and even then it also has a cooldown on top, and it's weapon damage scaled, so it's not that great early because it does scale with your weapon damage as well, and the weapon damage early game is pretty much always banned. Then you have Righteous Fervor, which is a default attack replacer, which is literally also like only single target and weapon damage based. And then you have Judgment, which is good AoE, but it's cooldown based and it's terrible single target damage. Then you have, well, Virus Might, which... It's in a like mobility skill, so you're always gonna pick it, at least like 1 point. But for it to be like actually great damage, you need to get cooldown reduction on it and then be able to like max out the second part of the skill. So like you can stack the fire damage quite significantly. And then what else do you have? You have the Guardians. The Guardians are actually kind of okay. It's like a supportive damage skill. But again, not really like a main damage skill. And then you have Our Reckoning, which I guess is like the best standalone damage skill early on. And also the item support for the class is terrible early on, yeah. Like Act 1 has literally not a single item for it. Act 2, well, once you're in Undercity, or like at the Steps of Torment rather, you have the Self-Fusillance offhand for the Virus Might. You have the Flesh Warped Defender in like around Homestead, but that's like Act 3 already. And then Forgotten Gods, what do you have in Forgotten Gods for it? Like, you have, okay, you have like the Acid Shield Scepter, right, from Sister Crimson? What else is there in FG for Oathkeeper? Guns. There's the, right, there's like a spear, the fire spear for Smite. Which I guess is fine if you play like Fire, Righteous Fervor, Smite. But it's still like... just a terrible skill. for leveling early. Yeah, at the end, at Father of the Come, you have the Lightning Hour Reckoning weapon, which I would say is probably like one of the best. Steward's weapon, is that like good? I guess it's better than everything else, because everything else is either non-existent or it's terrible. But Steward's is not a great weapon, is it? It's like physical Wire Smite, but it doesn't like give you like that much cooldown, does it? I mean, maybe it's okay now. Yeah, it's not great either, right? I mean, it's okay, right? But it's still like literally worse than every single other class. Unless you play like Zalpuzid and Skater, I guess. Which, to be fair, has been nerfed. Because the helmet, like, I think converts to lightning now. Like, also the Fire Trail.
Good work.
It's fine to, like, play Oathkeeper on your first character. It's totally fine to do that. But if possible, try to pick it as, like, a secondary, right? I'm gonna stick to Shaman some more. Honestly, like, up until level 40, like 41 now, all the points were efficient. But now I really have everything I need. And, like, the points in Wind Devil are already kind of bad. You don't want to do those. Oh yeah, it's right, actually, like, Templar leveling, like, Templar Skater used to be, obviously, always a great build, but kind of struggled early game, because, like, Arcanus was bad for leveling early, and also Oathkeeper was even worse for leveling early game. So obviously you had to, like, pick Arcanus, but kind of sucked as well. But now Penati is good, right? So you can play Penati until you get Virus Might. Also, Cadaver's Tempest got better as well. And you can also, like, still play Trozen, which was like what you used to play, and is still okay, I guess. Blitz Warlord is still great for first character? Yeah, that's fine. Is No Rest for the Wicked something I would play? Maybe, yeah, if the game was actually, like, complete. Or add more than just like one act of content. Acid RF is really strong to level. Easy to get because of the boss drop. Oh yeah, the dual wield stuff. Yeah. I think Death Knight is better now than it like used to be compared to Warlord, because, well, Blitz was stronger in the past. Blitz is still fine, like Blitz Warlord is still fine, but like slightly weaker. And you could also like play Force Wave Warlord, I guess. But like Blade Arc Death Knight, I think it's really, really good actually. Like Blade Arc Death Knight is insane. I think Blade Arc Death Knight is better than Force Wave Death Knight. Yeah, I think so too. Like that, like two-handed Blade Arc item is just completely nuts. I think Blade Arc Death Knight was kind of always good though. Like yes, people memed on it, but people also like sometimes meme on stuff that's actually good. I mean, I also played like Blade Arc Commander with Sun Heralds when like people said, oh, you should like play Force Wave instead or Cadence. I just played Blade Arc. I think it feels more natural on that build as well, personally. Sun Herald, the item from Forgotten Gods, from Astros, the Sun Herald. Battle Scourge Blade Arc was also always good. Right, yeah, Battle Mage, Spell Scourge, yeah. That was always good as well. I think that was like the best Blade Arc build for a long time. I mean, probably might be, still is. But got some other good builds alongside it now, I think. It's hard to cap the Blade Arc skill. Yeah, that might be true. Easiest first build, Force Wave World Eater. You will get the first, you will get the drop first try, I promise. Yeah, I mean, you can get it first try if you're really, really fucking lucky, but maybe not. Spam Force Wave is also slightly stronger than before. Interesting. Yeah, I was wondering, like, people say like, oh, Spam Force Wave nerfed, blah blah, right? But obviously it's like a nerf compared to like non-spam Force Wave, but usually whenever like Zentai does number changes like these, it makes the spam version be either the same as before or like, yeah, I guess in this case even like slightly stronger. I wasn't sure if it was going to be like slightly stronger or slightly weaker because I couldn't tell by the numbers. But yeah, if you try it out in game, of course you will see the DPS increase or decrease. That's good to know, I guess. It might depend on like itemization a bit though, and like the specific build, because the TDM, the minus TDM, could have like a different effect on like different builds. He tested it on Elemental Force Wave. Oh. Okay, slightly better. Yeah, I would assume it's like at least pretty much about the same on like across all Force Wave characters. Yeah, Lightning Nova is insane now. Like, I really feel the damage. It's crazy damage. Like, you don't even have to be a druid anymore to like play Lightning Caterpillar's Tempest. You can just play Lightning Nova. Oathkeeper leveling buff, just play Fireball, yeah, true. To be fair, like, these Novas used to suck in the past, but yeah, they're really good now, like, as you can see. Really nice. Oh hey, you got the Tempest of the Void even. That's a nice helmet. Very fitting for this build. The problem with blue items though is like, why do they not have good resistances? Like, why is it only 13 chaos rest and that's it? Like, what the hell? Compared to my green weapon, I mean my green helmet right now, it's crazy. Crazy how bad it is. Emi's ruined the blue items. I do feel like some Emi's are a bit too strong too early in the game. I mean, I don't mind them being as strong as they are like late game, but I think during leveling phase they are, like many of them are just simply too strong in my opinion.
Come see what's left of my way.
They either give like too many stats or their skill modifiers are like too broken. But look at this, another +1 Shaman amulet actually, interesting. Bramblewood amulet. Vanilla Grim Dawn, like when it first came out, did not have monster frequency. Well, they did have monster frequency actually, but they had no skill modifiers and they had like terrible, like not insane stats at least. And then they kind of got power crept a bit, maybe like too much. This is a really good, like, promise truck weapon actually as well. Alvaric's Rebuke. Like another 100 armor. Pants. Oh, we have this one as well, right. The leg plates of valor. These are some good blue items. Like some good blue pants.
Put it to good use.
You've returned. So are great. Good, you're back. I struggle to admit. You see the lumin.
Excuse, my father and I were...
Berserker's Call. What if I told you Berserkers, like the entire Berserker set, is gonna be obviously supported by the Berserker class. It's gonna get lots of Berserker bonuses. Who would have thought, right? Crazy. No way, dude. Exactly, no way. What do you mean Berserker bonuses on a Berserker item? There is no such thing as leveling gear being too strong, normal the introductionary difficulty. I mean, should the introduction to a game, like, trivialize the game for you? I don't know. some other turtle distances at least. Leg pits of weather are always like great, and you should probably save them for other characters. Like these pants are really nice. What did we get as a random legendary here? Death Omen. Unlucky.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Come see what's left of what's left.
Let's take a look, shall we? Be safe out there.
The problem with monster frequent weapons is that you lose on the feeling when a blue item drops and it has more damage, but none of the MI affixes, which really hurts the feel good of a new loot. Yep. Pretty much it ruins other items a bit too much. Death's Omen. Wait, oh yeah, I already did that, what the hell? What's wrong with me today, like, flippin'... Pepega. Let's go down here and kill some cultists real quick for the side quest. Hopefully Fangs will make blues great again. Yeah, I mean... I feel like Fangs is making blues great again the same way like Last Epoch Season 2 is making set items great again. Like in Last Epoch Season 2 you can dismantle set items to give you affixes that you then can use to craft on non-set items. Grim Dawn, Fangs of Asterkarn is gonna make it so you can ascend blue items, but the ascended blue items, they're just legendary purple items. So they basically like serve as crafting material for other legendaries now, you could say. I mean, it's not really like that, but that's mechanically what it is, right? Like ascending blue items sounds like, oh, you're making like your blue item insane, right? Which, well, you are, like, as a player, technically you're doing that. But on a, I mean, well, like gameplay-wise you are doing that, but on a, like, technical level, you are using a blue item as a ingredient for a blueprint for a legendary item. No, it's gonna convert it into a item that you can only get that way, right? So you cannot drop that legendary in any other way. You will get the legendary, whatever, like ascended, blah 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 item, and that is basically the same item as the blue, just like in purple and like with some other stats on top. Which means, does it keep the blue affixes? Well, no, because blue's items don't have affixes in base game Grim Dawn. Which also means that for the Grim Dawn leagues, right, we can just keep our blue affix system, and then you could decide, okay, do you want to actually like ascend your item to a legendary, or do you actually just want to use the blue item with an affix instead? Because of course, it being a purple once ascended, it will no longer be able to have an affix, not even in the leagues. There's not gonna be like any ascended items with affixes on top. What's my right click spell? It's the granted skill by the Ember component, which you can craft at level 20 or higher at the smith. It's the Empowered Lighting Nova. This one right here. Which is like a nice, well, filler ability. Does it keep the blue stats anyway? I don't think so. I don't know how it's gonna work exactly, but if it works kind of just like blueprint crafting, then it's not gonna like keep the stats. It's just like the new legendary that you craft, it's gonna have like the same stats with like more stats on top, right? But it's not gonna like keep the roll, I guess. Maybe it will. Maybe not, we'll see. Try to play hardcore with no class selection and see how far you can go. That is something I've tried actually in the past at some point. I didn't make it all the way. And I've never tried it a second time yet. But maybe I will at some point when I have time for it and I don't know what else to do. It's a good challenge if you have lots of time and no life. So maybe I'll do it again. Eventually. They should end the blues and just widen green MIs. That's another take, yeah. You could just like delete blues from the game completely.
See what's left of my wares.
To be fair, like, I mean, in the league, blues are kind of unique compared to purples, but in the base game, blues are just trash purples.
See you around.
Blues exist to make purples and greens valuable. Isn't it like why yellows exist? Like, why are yellows so bad? Blues are a problem with no solution. I don't know about no solution. There's always a solution if you try hard enough. I think. Aggressive attack. But what about the base, right? Like, they're only yellow if the base is not a rare one. Well, only one class of the series, because I wanna just do like a couple of mini-series, like just normal difficulty playthroughs. Mostly just to like have content of proof for like a new guide series, or like a revamped guide series for like how to level like each mastery, like in general. Because like those videos were pretty like well received, I would say, and they are pretty old, especially like the soldier one is like 5 years old now, I think. And Fangs of Asterkarn is coming out later this year, so they should be updated, I think. It's all you need. I mean, not really, but I think for, well, like for normal difficulty, like it's all you need. You can of course also like do challenge runs where you only like choose one mastery, or like even no mastery at all throughout all of the game, even ultimate difficulty. But it's certainly worse than like just choosing 2 masteries. like 10 out of 10 times. Was there some big update with Grim Dawn? I haven't played in a while. There were some pretty like significant patches, but the real content, the real change is gonna come later this year with the next expansion. Danke, danke. It's been kind of warm and sunny finally. It's like almost like spring is here already at the beginning of March, which is a bit early, but I don't mind. But the sun is like shining in my face a bit too much. The Sunder is gonna be the most surprising for you. Yeah, enemies, especially, well, pretty much only bosses, have like a new type of debuff where they can debuff you with certain attacks. You will usually notice because they're gonna like glow orange in a way. And then if you get hit by that attack, your whole screen is gonna glow orange, and that means you're debuffed by like a Sunder debuff. You are sundered basically. Which means you're gonna take more damage from consecutive attacks. As long as you're debuffed, so... something new to like play around. Apart from that, I would say the game actually got easier, not harder. But yeah, you do have like the new evade ability where you can like... it has iframes, so you can like dodge abilities and take no damage. And, well, you can use that to, for example, evade the... like, Sunder abilities. So you have new tools, but enemies have new tools as well.
Good, you're back.
Please just leave me alone.
Yo, Nevsk, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you so much for the 20 months. Welcome back to the Bloomers. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Oleron's Blood Savagery leveling. Oh yeah, actually interesting. Like Oleron's Blood has a weapon pool skill now, doesn't it? That is juicy, juicy, juicy. Should be really good for like an Archon, for example. I'm gonna do like Savagery Archon. Or Savagery Water, I guess would also work, but I feel like if you're playing Water, you probably wanna play some Soldier skill, otherwise why pick Soldier, right? Except for tankiness at ZDPS, I guess. You could like add Blade Arc on top. Play like Bleed Savagery and Bleed Blade Arc. Yeah, like I'm gonna be tanky with regen as well. Archon is gonna be more damage. Or maybe even Mystic, like Berserker secondary. I kind of feel like the Mystic is a weird name choice still. I like all the other names for the new classes, but Mystic is a bit... like it leans heavily into the like caster side. Should have used Dreadblade. Like Dreadblade for Nightblade and then Reaver for instead of Mystic or what? I don't think Dreadblade would be fitting for Shaman either. I think Dreadblade sounds like either Nightblade combination or Necromancer combination. But not Shaman. Berserker Shaman should have just been like Barbarian. Yeah, maybe. Berserker is a half caster with cold damage. I mean, Berserker is kind of like Shaman, yeah. Like Shaman is like two-handed, either like two-handed attacker or caster. Berserker is, I think Berserker is like a bit more like attacker because like the transformations are a bit more attacky. Yeah, Mystic just sounds lame, right? Like that's the problem. Just sounds lame. How stupid is Spectral Binding now? It's...
Whatever it is, if you
I think Necro needed buff though, right, actually. It is a lot of HP, for sure.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
But I think it needed the buff. Compared to like other classes. I wonder if you can play like Pakla Shaman properly. Like Pakla. Conjurer or Ritualist. Can I wear this? Actually I can, I don't need... This thing has like a lot of resistances, but I actually don't need them, so... It's kinda lucky, I guess. Can just play... Tempest of the Void instead of what I have right now.
Iron well spent.
The Red Blade for Zerg Necro.
tinkering is my
Instead we get Veil Keeper. Which people are gonna meme on all the time because I'm gonna mispronounce it every single time. I'm gonna say like Whale Keeper all the time, right? Obviously. Torchlight soundtrack, indeed, indeed. We should try like no, it's actually not Whale Keeper, it's Whale Walker actually. Whale Keeper is the set, but you could like play Whale Keeper, Whale Walker, right? Maybe. That is surely one of the builds of all time. Whale Keeper, Whale Walker. Actually, it would probably suck, because it's not gonna have any Berserker support, I guess. Yo, Envy, welcome, welcome. grimtools is down. Is it? I don't think it is. She didn't get laid off. Holy buggies. I don't know. I think this link works. Works for me. I'm gonna like run out of skills to use. I could like use Wendigo Totem as well for healing maybe. Why not, I guess. Why not? Monk of Torment being the best damage reduction skill in the game. I don't know about that. Is it really? El Omen? Is El Omen the best? I don't know. I feel like Horn of Gander is the best. Actually. El Omen reapplies its debuff every second, so it's longer than 1 second. Like, it has full uptime, but you have to like recast it like instantly, and it's a bit clunky sometimes. Easiest to scale and spreads. Yeah, it's also the most annoying to cast, I think. I mean, I think it's good, but I'm not sure about the best. I mean, if you have cooldown reduction to Warcry, like Warcry is literally the best though, because it doesn't even have any cast animation anymore right now. You just press it and you can like keep on attacking. It has no animation, so it doesn't interrupt any attacks. But it does need like some gear for it to have full uptime. And I think without full uptime, like without items, I think Horn of Gander is actually the best. But Horn of Gander has like a kind of long animation. It's the one downside. I mean, I think like all the damage reduction skills are all good in their own way nowadays. I like Order of Sensory, which is like just an aura, but well, what's it called? Like the values are way lower, right? The values are way lower. So it kind of like makes up for that as well. And it's an exclusive, so you have to like play it instead of other stuff. It's kind of like everything has a downside and upside. Good for castles. Ranged is kind of shitty for melee. Yeah, it's worse for melee than other stuff I guess, for sure. Yeah. Well, unless you have like good casting animation, right? Like it depends. I mean, good casting speed rather. It very much depends on like so many things. I don't know, I feel like most of the DR skills are really well balanced nowadays. They also buffed the decay again from Ravenous Earth, so that's pretty good value again now, like it's the same as El Omen. It's less annoying to recast, but you have to like actually hit enemies with projectiles of the thing that you put down, so that part is annoying. I think some of the DR procs, like on items, are most of the time like too weak to even consider being useful. I don't know what is this part here. Need to fix that. Death God Reaper should be really strong right now, yeah. That's true. They giga buffed Bone Harvest like across the board, right? It's kinda crazy. Like all the other skills, like Force Wave and so on, they got like some buffs, but not as crazy as Bone Harvest, I think. Blood Knight Decay, obviously also got buffed, yeah. Yeah, Reaper is certainly a stronger class than before comparatively. I feel like something like Spellbreaker didn't really get any buffs this patch. Or like Saboteur as well. Or Pyromancer, yeah. Or Witch Hunter. Like, Witch Hunter actually is also nerfed. Like, you were able to get like 80% or like up to 80% physical resistance on Witch Hunter in the past. But that's like long gone. Long gone indeed. For pets, choosing between percent offensive ability and percent all damage, what's better? You always avoid offensive ability for pets. I mean, if you have enough OA, then you don't need OA. Not a double Physicist class anymore. Yeah, I mean, already like last patch, it kind of had like, it was like a shadow of its former self when it comes to physical resistance, and now it's only single Physicist, yeah. Like, Witch Hunter is, I feel like defensively a lot worse than before. Which ironically is like a dervish buff, I guess. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's funny though that they moved physical resistance to the first page, and now it's useless. Or like now it's suddenly a lot weaker than before. Like it should have been like in the first page like all this time in the past. If you build your characters well, you have like a big HP pool now though. Like you have like 15k is like bare minimum. 20k I think is like probably average, and you can get like 25 to 30k as well. So I don't know about like one-shotting out of nowhere, that's not gonna happen, I think, even with like low Physicist now. And I mean, you should have higher armor as well. Kala doesn't hit that hard though, right? Like with single attacks. It's mostly just like all the stacking damage from the tornadoes, against which like the armor helps a lot. So Kala should probably be easier than before. I still hate the boss, but it's probably easier than before. Kind of want some more Chaos Rush here. Fierce Bleeders. I feel like none of these are perfect yet. What I actually want to have here. Living Rings can be good though, right? Maybe not a Wanderer prefix though. Wanderer's kind of pet stats, so yeah. Any new information on release or on the release date for the new expansion?
Welcome, cutting.
Not really, no. No. You missed the Walker animation? I kinda do too, actually. I kinda do too.
A blessed welcome.
Why don't I farm a witch for a proper weapon? I mean I could, yeah. Naomi, welcome in. Minion Lord Zapply in chat. If minions are getting buffed, I'm gonna blame you and ban you. Do it. Do it. Is the witch weapon better than this? I mean, it is, right? Because of the stone totem stuff. I also didn't pick up the Yeti Horn. I mean, Yeti Horn... Wait, is Yeti Horn good enough to even be worth considering? I kind of like glanced over it and just sold all of them that I got. The Yeti Horn, the Yeti Horn. Like, you can play Yeti Horn, right? But... I think Yeti Horn is fine if you play, like, Stormbox Vindicator, probably. Has one more Wind Devil that it summons. Which is nice for, like, Maelstrom stacking. It's just worse than this offhand, though. I think, like, Totem is just way too good. What happened to Moira? She's still complaining on the forums about pets. Moira? Oh, you mean Maya? I don't know. No clue. Breaker Moira on the forums, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Moira's the Spellbreaker in the game. Isn't that every single pet where Maya's complaining about pets? I guess kinda, yeah. Pet God Maya. I wonder how good Amber will be if you played a two-hander. Because it has like 90% main hand damage actually. But 90% is not really like high enough to properly play around the weapon damage, is it? Like it does help a bit, but... Like it's certainly not worth like giving up this offhand, for example. I think. Being 29 is rough. Yeah. I don't know about that. Yeah, come back in like 20 years, I guess. Any crabs here? No, no crabs, okay. Do I think that Zentai forgot Pyromancer buffs? I don't think so. Maybe he doesn't care about Pyromancer, I don't know. Pyromancer's the new Defiler. I mean, Dark Blaze Pyro is still strong, right? Other than that, like, other than Dark Blaze and, say, like, Emperor's Calling, I feel like Pyro always was, like, a bit of a meme class. It really didn't have that many good builds. Like, what are good Pyromancer builds? There's, like, 2 or 3, maybe. Harbinger Pyro. Harbinger. Like Fire or Chaos Drixibelai. Ember's Calling and Dark Blaze dual wield pistols. That's kind of it, right?
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
I mean, there's like some other builds you can also do, I guess. I mean, what about like Chaos Grenado and stuff like that? That's probably fine too.
See you around.
Or, for example,
A blessed...
Inferno Knight Pyromancer is kind of fine as well, I guess, but it's just better as a Shieldbreaker, right?
I am so pleased that we've always had.
Okay, maybe I kill Arya actually, so I get a better chance of getting like the Storm Strife. They're like top tier meta dual with Scepter builds. There's like Code, Fire and Chaos, yeah. Which were insane like 1 or 2 patches ago. They're like slightly nerfed compared to that, but probably still great. Yeah. I don't know who you are. Well, you don't need to know when you're dead. This is a chill strap there. Okay, we're gonna reset the game here real quick. And then rerun that witch until we get a Storm Strife. Also, I guess in the meantime we can talk to this lady here. And then all the quests. Been there, done that. Okay. I mean, hang on, I could just like kill Genaxia as well. I kill both the witches. Yeah, but she was already dead in the session, so I had to reset. Genaxia was already dead. And she didn't give me a Storm Strap either. So these witches, they have like 3 different items they can drop, right? So Storm Strife, Chill Strife, and Flame Strife. All of which can be good for, well, specific builds. That might be a Storm Strife actually. Kinda looks like a tip. Of Thunder as well, very nice. Okay, we need 210 cunning. Okay, that's easily fixable. And now we have yet another point to Storm Totem. I'm actually not sure if it's like that much better than the Sagarius' Sacred Blade. Especially not my like of Torrent suffix. Because mine currently has Wind Devil, Maelstrom, and Storm Totem. This one is only Storm Totem. It has a lot higher like lightning launch though. The thing is though, you do summon 2 Storm Totems at once, which is insane. So I mean, that part is obviously better. Like, not only does it give you +1 on the max limit, right? Like the summon limit means that like you have like 1 more that you can summon in total. But +1 summons mean you like summon 2 at once, which is insane. Exactly. That's where we're gonna use it. I think I lost Chaos Rest though, right? The other weapon gave me Chaos Rest, this one is giving me like Aether Rest, which I don't really need. Oh well. Let's see what I can do with Devotions. Interesting, interesting. So I need 2 more red, 1 more green, 1 more blue for this. So it could just be Vulture and like points here and here to get to Uldus right away. Which would be okay to do right now in this very moment. Definitely not what you want to do later on, I think. But since I do need some Chaos Trust, maybe I'm gonna do that right away. What's my movement speed? Never mind, I can't really like lose Jackal, because otherwise my movement speed is terrible. I guess we just go for Behemoth then. It's fine. Time to go for Chaos Trust and Ultos Devotion as well. Yeah. Like if I could afford to lose Jackal and play like Vulture, I would go there even quicker. Actually, I have like full dependencies right now. Yeah. Okay. How do you fully reset your game save? At least when you're playing without cloud stash. I mean cloud... like cloud saves, right? If you have cloud saving disabled here and also cloud saving disabled in your... Oh, what's wrong with my cam? What the hell? What happened here? That's weird. There we go. So like if you have your cloud saves disabled, you can go to the local save folder like documents, my games, Grim Dawn. That's where they all are. And there's always like a folder called save in there. And you can just rename that folder to say like, I don't know, save underscore main whatever, or like save one, whatever you want. And as long as there is no folder in there that's called save, like just save, then the game will always create a new save folder automatically, which will have like all the like saved stuff reset. And if you then want to like go back to your, you know, like old save, you can just like rename the new one to something else, and then rename your save old, save main, save one, whatever you named it, back to save, to get to like back to your like old stuff. You miss a skill that can only be used with 2 ranged. I guess Force Wave is like the one that's like for 2 melee only, but there is none for 2 ranged only, yeah, true. Oh well, like shield and 2 ranged. In the case of Force Wave. Like some like sniper ability. I don't know. Have I seen the third-person camera WSD mod for this game? I have, yeah. I saw them on Reddit. I mean, the first-person mod already like exists in the game since 7 years ago, I think. The WASD stuff was pretty new. Yeah, I also had in mind like a couple of years ago already, actually, like maybe like making a playthrough with like, I think it's probably gonna be better to play that with, as a controller, like with a controller. Like controller plus first person plus... Well, I guess if you play controller, you don't play WSD. I think I personally would rather play controller than WSD, actually. Not sure. That's pretty cool. Praetorian face guard. This blue item right here is a good example for like why blues can't be good, right? Storm Scion, right? You might think it's a good blue item and it's like, oh, like good for Wind Devil and stuff, like pretty much like good for a build like this. But if you compare this to like all the greens, like green monster frequency, it's just terrible, right? Like when will you ever play this item? It's just bad. Like it doesn't even have like percent electrical damage. And then obviously it's missing skill modifiers of any kind of, like of any sort. Like, I don't know. Just bad. Transmog only, yeah, pretty much. Transmog item.
Is that you, Mother? As you
Is
command.
that you, mother? No, I'm the emperor.
I haven't gone by that name in so many years. How? Is that you, Mother? As you command. My Emperor. Wait.
Okay, let's try to smack this guy a bit. See how fast this is. This is gonna be slower than Fire Strike, I think. Actually, maybe not. This is stupidly fast as well, what the hell. Oh my god, totems are so strong. Broken, I guess. What's my favorite melee build? My favorite meta build right now, like fun-wise, is probably playing some kind of like werewolf on the playtest server, but other than that, like pre-Asterkarn, I really like our Reckoning Sentinel a lot. I also like all the like Shadow Strike Night Blades a lot, especially like Spellbreaker and Reaper. %75% elemental damage is the same as 75% fire, 75% lightning, and 75% cold damage. But if you had 75 flat elemental damage, then that would be 25 fire, 25 lightning, and 25 cold. So like flat, like weapon damage, right, is like basically split between the three, but percent damage is applied to all three. Forgot Fast Track at the bottom. Now Fast Track was like the fastest I've done before this build to kill Algrim. And honestly I would say it was just as fast, like it wasn't slower than this either. Like Fast Track is really juiced now. At least when you're playing like dual wield with like the Asterkarn one-handed crossbows. What's my estimate for the DLC release? I mean, I've kept memeing about like maybe in May, but it might also be later, I guess. I don't know. Maybe in May seems maybe a bit too optimistic at this point already. I thought like maybe in May was realistic at some point, but maybe it's no longer realistic actually. I don't know. We'll see. It's ready when it's ready. We'll let Crate cook and then playtest, and it's gonna happen eventually, right? Hopefully before World War 3. Yeah, hopefully indeed. I'm gonna guess July. Yeah, maybe. May seems optimistic with the fact that we have another playtest. Yeah. I was saying like maybe in May before I knew that there's gonna be like another playtest, to be fair. But like once that was like, first of all like closed knowledge and then like now public knowledge. Yeah. It's gonna take a while. Switzerland already looks even better now. I mean, this is not World War II anymore, right? Like, if there's a World War III, I don't think you're safe in Switzerland. I would rather look at, like, countries like New Zealand or like Australia, maybe. Or maybe, like, something like South America. Like Brazil, maybe. Or like just Argentina, Chile. Yeah, the only thing, like nuclear fallout, like doesn't care about neutrality. Like, you would have to
I hope you're ready.
go to the, like, southern hemisphere, because northern one would be fucked. Doesn't matter where you are. But then again, let's just hope it's not gonna go that far, right? So. Would I ever do a veteran mode leveling? No, it's just trivial. I mean, veteran is 2. It's just a bit slower at the start, to be fair. It's the same, just slower. I don't think it's like really much harder. Like it is harder, of course, but it's not like dangerously harder. I did like some veteran playthroughs. It's not like that I haven't done them. Like I have done some. There are some on my channel. Just build a bunker at the bottom of the ocean. Easy, yeah. That sounds very easy. Might as well like live on Mars then, right? All big media are biased. I mean, they've always been. We just, I feel like, didn't realize maybe as much in the past. Media has always been biased. Some like more obvious, some less, but the thing is like some are biased, but also they don't even like pretend to use facts. Some pretend to use facts and some like use actual facts, but even the ones that use actual facts can still like, you know, have a heavy bias on like the conclusion they take off those facts, or like they present some facts but not all facts. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, all the like stuff about Europe has no free speech and stuff like that. It's kind of crazy how like that's become like a big thing suddenly in like certain parts of, especially like NA media now. I mean, nothing has changed, like it's always been the way it is. Like, I don't know, it's not like it's suddenly like more like censorship or something like that, really. I don't know. Like, for example, in Germany, like for some things, you could always like be prosecuted like more than in America. But I mean, that's been like that since like literally like, I don't know, 1949, right? But like suddenly when certain people can't use like certain symbols in a certain context anymore, or like not anymore, but like they want to use them, but like they were never really allowed to use them. But now that there's like certain more like people with more power that want to use them, they're like, oh, free speech doesn't exist, blah blah. Is there gonna be an open beta for Fangs of Asterkarn? No. As far as I know, there's not gonna be one. Getting arrested for like retweeting something? Yeah, that's kind of wild as well though, actually. Like, is that actually a thing though? I mean, some people say like technically you could get arrested for that, right, I guess, but it's kind of wild. If it would be like that. Does Germany regret shutting down all nuclear power plants? I mean, Germany is like a big country. I'm sure there's some people that regret shutting down nuclear power plants, like in the country. There are definitely people that do regret that. Does the like vast majority of people regret this move? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I should have to like ask everybody who lives in Germany, and I don't have the time for that. I don't think like as many people regret it as like some people pretend that do, but The best disinfectant for bad ideas is sunlight. I mean, yeah, getting sunlight helps with your vitamin D and like not being depressed in general, and it also like usually helps with like not getting bad ideas because you're just a more happy person. When did they add a dash like this one? Like a year, almost like 1.5 years ago actually now. Kind of like a year ago. Like, yeah, it was like in October, November 2023, I think. There is a law in Germany now against justification of an offensive war. What? What do you mean now? When did that law like happen? I'm pretty sure that law doesn't exist. They're opening new micro-nuclear power plants in Romania. What? What the fuck kind of like news are you all like talking about? How is a micro-nuclear power plant even supposed to be efficient in any way or form? It seems even worse than a normal nuclear power plant. Which already to be built right now would cost more than it ever like can produce pretty much. Because of safety standards. Like the only way you can like nuclear be more efficient than like renewables is by making it not fulfill certain security standards. And then obviously the argument of like safe nuclear is out of the window again. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about like some of these conversations here right now. Like, I would be pro-nuclear the moment Germany starts mining uranium in Germany. As long as they don't do that, I'm gonna be against nuclear. Because like getting nuclear from like fucking, like getting uranium from either like the US or like Canada or Russia or like flipping, I don't know, like Mali or Mauritania is not something I want to support. So like using nuclear as a like independent source of energy, or like as an argument for like independent source of energy to not buy oil from Russia or like gas from Russia, but then instead like buy uranium from Russia is like it's so laughable in my opinion. Alright, anyway, my Chaos Rest sucks. My Aether Rest is great, which is great for like where I am right now, but ultimately I want to like get all of the resistance up to 80%. And I'm not quite there yet, am I? I mean, some of these items have like a lot more armor than what I have right now, but are they actually good? Hmm. This one is chaos resistance. It's kind of like an Aether chest, but a roll of insight, which gives me elemental damage. And has a lot of armor. The problem is it's a level 55 item, so... kind of far away. This one has like 5 billion resistances. But they're mostly elemental, which is not even that good. And physical Aether damage is kind of useless too. So we're gonna skip that one. Imperious of the Cabal is kind of skippable too, I guess. Skip, skip, skip. Storm Scion. I mean, we talked about this earlier. It's cool, but it's literally getting beaten by a level 15 green monster frequent, which is only level 20 because of the Hellbane's ammo on it. Which is hilarious, how stupidly strong like monster frequents are. This one has no resistances. These are weapons, so I can't use them. Yeah, okay, it's just all trash except for maybe like these 2 items, I guess. Cool. Straftatbedingung eines Angriffskrieges. I mean, it's like... okay, so the law is putting people that use symbols that justify an aggressive war. I mean, similarly how like maybe you could say like Nazi symbols were like used as a like justification of supporting the wars of Hitler. I mean, that kind of like context, you're also not allowed to like use symbols that are like in, you know, like pro-aggression, like pro-Russian aggression. But I don't know. I mean, certain things in Germany are restricted, but like have always been restricted. It's not a new law, right? That's the thing. Like, it's not a new law. The law has been there since I don't know how long exactly, but it's an old law. It's not a new law. If you argue that Russia has a legitimate interests, I think that's... yeah, like that part is a bit harder to me to justify, like... yeah, I mean, it is... like, I see what you're saying in a way. Like, you could view it in a way where... I mean, you can... I'm pretty sure you can, like, still say that, like, there are certain interests because of certain other things, like for example with like the, what's it called in English, like basically when like the Donbass like republics were getting like basically ratified by Russia or something like that, and then like because those were attacked or like were in war with Ukraine since like 2014. That's like kind of why like Russia like helped them to, you know, defend themselves, you could say, and that's like the other side of the medal, right? But I mean, you can still say something like that without getting put in jail, as long as you don't like use certain hate symbols, right? Just like certain symbols have been like classified as like symbols of hate, similar to like the swastika, I guess, in a way, which maybe it's a bit over the top, maybe not, I don't know. But it's not like you can't say things that I just said. Like it's definitely possible to do that. I mean, yeah, we've had like plenty of those in the past, right? Like you had like Korea, you had Vietnam, you had Afghanistan 1 and 2, I guess. I mean Afghanistan 2 maybe wasn't necessarily a Cold War war, but I had like plenty of those, and Ukraine in a way is kind of like that as well again. I mean, it's a bit different, but you could compare it, I guess. Do I have insider information about when the expansion may drop? This year. That's all I know. The only thing I know is this year. And the year 2025.
I was
Well, you won't.
European gas nowadays is Russian gas pumped through Azerbaijan, oil through India, and so on. I mean, it's less than before, and instead we like import more gas from the US. That's like the biggest difference is like we import more gas from the US, which is always like a lot more expensive than from Russia. So of course, like in a way, you could say like the US had a very high economic like interest in Germany like cutting the direct line to Russia. As soon as it's cheaper than renewals, as soon as the shit can be disposed / recycled, I would add on top of that, like as soon as you can like mine it without violating like human rights basically as well in other countries, then yeah, it's fine to be pro-nuclear. For that, I think it's wishful thinking.
The outpost resistance had
There you are. Well,
I think having some nuclear like power plants or like some nuclear like facilities in order to like be able to make atomic bombs as a deterrent is fine, as like a European community, for example. But beyond that, it's not really like necessary or like good really either, or like efficient. I mean, maybe fusion, right? Like it's ready in 30 years, they say. Every 30 years, it's ready in 30 years. Yep. Maybe someday fusion is gonna be actually viable. We're level 50. Level 50 means you can A, wear the Praetorian set if you have it. B, start using legendaries if you find them. The lowest level legendaries in this game are level 50, so there are some that you might have found until now that you could use that maybe are useful for your build. It's a lot of maybes, but maybe you're lucky. thorium. Better than what? Better than other nuclear power plants we had before them? Probably. Better than renewables? Cheaper? Definitely not. But the thing with the renewables is like, it's not base load, right? Like, you need to have like a perfect combination of stuff to have like good base load. And that's not always given. So in certain situations, might still be fine. But most of the time, I feel like it's just cheaper and easier to have like renewables and then like use, for example, like natural gas as like a buffer in between. At least like gas is obviously like 10 times better than coal or fucking like oil or like flipping coal. I mean, thorium might be like better, more efficient, whatever, but they're like not solving the whole like thing around it. Like it's still the same like cycle, of which it's like a part of kind of. Like you still have waste, you still have mines that you need in the first place, and so on and so on. So it's not that different. It's like a next gen of the same thing. Warcraft music is so good, man. Really is. Really is a good, like, soundtrack. All energy prices are set to be raised in the second part of this year. I mean, it wouldn't be the first year where it's like that. But that's like a... not... like, that doesn't necessarily have to do that much with like the type of energy. It's also like a just like capitalistic dynamic. Need more Outward music. Outward is pretty nice music too, indeed. Let's put Aether Cluster on my bar. I do have enough of them now for sure, and I mean if you're playing hardcore, it's a very nice like panic button, because it gives you a lot of absorption, like 80% or something like that. 75%. So makes you a lot tankier for like 8 seconds. So in case you are about to die, just press it, right? Rather press a component that you can farm reliably in Mammoth than to make a whole new character, right? Chains of Anguish is the perfect item for hardcore. If you want to revel in anguish, I guess it is, yeah.
So this is what the preliminary
Honestly, this feels really good to play now. Like, is this even better than Prime Strike? Like, it's close, right? At least close.
Good workout. You can with this.
Is any hardcore viable melee Aether damage build? Yeah, there do exist Aether melee builds that you can play, like Krieg, Death Knight, or like Theoden Scepter Spellbinder being the most prominent examples, I would say. But there's also stuff like, what's it called? Ah, shit, what's the set called again? It's like an Oathkeeper set.
Higher, well spent.
Actually, that's the wrong portal. Bonemonger. Like Bonemonger, Oppressor. Should be a good Aether build too, actually, I think. You can also do Aether Keller's Tempest Battle Mage with this thing, technically. Well, if you count Keller's Tempest as a melee skill. It's not really like melee though. I mean, it's like a melee range caster skill, kind of like the Lightning Nova I'm playing right now. Is there any way to add duration to Volcanic Stride? Not that I know of. How often does it tick? I mean, that's a good question too, to be fair. It should be like around like each second, but sometimes the tick rates are like a little bit different than that. Yeah, Waykeeper, Aether, Reaper. Like, Reaper is a good class for Aether melee through. You can also do Spellbreaker actually for Aether melee, but that's quite expensive to build, I think. But it does work, technically.
I'm pleased. Good on, I believe.
Captain Wolf, I'm.
Any benefit, holy shit, I need to like get some more water to drink, I think. I can't really talk anymore probably. Any benefit to undercapping / overcapping weapon pool skills around 100%? Ask if for a friend. Overcapping is usually... Like, you can't go over 100% effectively in the game if your combined chance is over 100% on your like skill point allocation or like via gear. Then it's gonna be scaled down to 100%, right? So, yeah. So you have like one skill with like 50% chance and the other one with like 70% chance, then the 70% chance is gonna be scaled down to like, what is it, like, I don't know, 60 something. And if that's like your main like damage weapon pool skill, you might be gimping your DPS. So sometimes it's better to not put as many points in like other weapon pool skills that aren't your main weapon damage ability. Alright, I'm gonna get something to drink real quick, some water.
Good, you're back.
Direkt E.
camera filter is like a little weird today. I don't know what's going on here. Yo, amazing Loki, thanks so much for the 17 months. Welcome to the Bloomers. Appreciate it. Eh. Hallo, hallo, hallo. Is Death Guard Reaper any good though? Yeah, Death Guard Reaper is great actually right now. Wow, Doc Leave music. Yeah, this is Doc Leave music. There's like tons of inconsistencies with ticks as well on Grim Dawn. Yeah, I don't know, like sometimes Grim Dawn mechanics are just a bit weird. Like that's too deep mechanics even for me, to be fair, sometimes, like... I'm not gonna test like tick rate of every single skill by hand and like check for inconsistencies between the skills and like within the skill itself. I'll leave that to like the even bigger nerds. 20-year-old engine, lots of jank, yeah, I guess so as well. I mean, yeah, it's just an old engine. The game is still good and fun though, so I'll just take that part. Thank you very much. Online play equals trade? Not necessarily, but the games will be balanced around trade if they're online usually, yeah. That's true. You mean like Last Epoch does? Which games would balance, provide an actual game mode balance around solos I found? I mean, Last Epoch tried, right, with the... What's it called? The Circle of Fortune? At least they tried. You can play veteran if you want to have a challenge earlier in the game. And you can play veteran if you want the transition from veteran to like a harder difficulty to be a bit smoother. Otherwise I would say veteran is just a waste of time. Like it's not gonna make it faster for you to level. It's just harder and more sluggish in a way. I would probably not recommend it, but I mean, you can play it. Like it's fine too. Makes you like have to think a bit more about your build earlier, which maybe isn't bad if you wanna like learn the game. At least better than like Merchant's Guild shit show. Yeah. Funnily enough, Merchant's Guild is better balanced build-wise. Like there's more build variety because you have like access to more items, I guess. Probably it's not just all like Rune Master or whatever that one, the like mage class is called again. Rune Master, I think. Do you know if the flat damage on a volcanic straw is total or per tick? That's per tick. So the flat damage part is actually the good part. Yeah. We don't know how to fix dungeons, so we'll just like let you skip dungeons. Yeah, it's kind of a like hilarious change. Yeah, true. It's just like accepting that their content is trash and people don't want to like play it, and they also don't want to fix it, or they don't know how, or they don't have the time to fix it, even if they would know how to fix it. It's an interesting change. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could like add events and like stuff that's actually like worth doing in the dungeons, like in Grim Dawn, but didn't even read anything about next LE patch. Don't give a fuck. Interesting. I mean, I guess just play like PoE 2 if you don't like LE anymore, and play like some new classes there instead. Hopefully, there's gonna be new classes with the next patch. We'll see. Okay, I literally like picked everything here, right? What do I pick now? Wendigo Totem? I guess Wendigo Totem. You really wanna pick like a secondary class at this point. PoE 2 at least has potential. That's what they said about Last Epoch 2. But yeah. You find it easier to get into Grim Dawn in PoE 1. Got more into Grim Dawn, PoE is okay, but just find Grim Dawn more fun. Yeah, I kinda had the same experience, to be fair. Like, I started playing Grim Dawn and PoE 1 about the same time. But yeah, like, Grim Dawn grew on me, PoE 1... I mean, I have played it like every now and then, but for some reason I didn't like it that much. GG has better turnaround time. 11 months without a new league in PoE 1 now. I mean, they used to, for sure. I mean, obviously PoE 2 needs a lot of time. And they don't have like two separate teams for the two games as they were pretending to have in the first place. So, yeah. Anyway, we're fighting Theoden right here. Theoden is the end boss of Mammoth, but his first stage just instantly died. And second stage is gonna like instantly die too, I guess. More or less, because totems are really darn strong, as you can see. Stage 3, maybe he's gonna be able to like use one or two skills, let's see. Nope. Not really. Yeah. Maybe if you wanna like see boss mechanics, play veteran instead, right?
We've been preparing. I'm talking about the...
Tell me.
How goes the attack?
The Master of Flash is no more. What boss mechanics, exactly? We could do the Black Iron docks as well real quick, right? Yep, docks. This quest is always a bit annoying when you get it, because the walk there is always so long. Maybe a bit shorter from the other portal actually. Yeah, probably is. What am I doing? Why did I go from this portal? Oh well. Oh well. Stand still as a boss mechanic? I mean, I guess.
Was the mission... for now?
See anything you like?
This chest is really nice, with Exterior's sky-torn robes, with Raging Tempest and Torret. It's even better if you play Promise Strike, but Raging Tempest plus 3 is already pretty nice. It's another item you could use instead of the Galacross chest. It's kind of funny, we defeated out of normal now with just 48% chaos resistance. If you want to do the jump now to ultimate though, you need 50% overcap on elemental, poison and piercing, and 25 in the bottom row. Chaos is like the least important. So like Vitality and Aether is kind of already fine. Bleeding is not super important, to be fair. You need a bit more elemental damage, elemental resistance rather. Poison for sure, and definitely also pierce. And it might be not that easy for you to get there without like farming a bit more on this difficulty now. What we could and should do probably is refarm some of our items so we get like better resistances. And like more appropriate like armor values as well. Stone Fist Rebuke. It's a classic. Why is it such a low level item? Warding of the Honor Guard. Also, another way to fix the resistances would be by getting gear from like factions. For example, Homestead, or rather the Black Legion in Homestead, has level 50 items that are pretty good actually. Let's see here. So there is the Legion Headguard, Legion Greaves, and then like shoulders as well that you could use. And of course you could also use like Praetorian pieces, right, if you get Praetorian pieces. I have some shoulders here, some helmet here, which have fixed my elemental res, give me more pierce and poison res, but actually dropped my chaos res even further. Interesting.
I'll hold on. I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
I mean, these boots are pretty good though. That's for sure. Problem is, I lose even more bleed rest right now. I wanna buy the blueprints too, don't forget about those. Oh, we're even honored here, what the hell? Okay. Once you're honored with like any faction really, you wanna buy the writ to increase the reputation gain even more. Yo, Kakadu lover, welcome, welcome. Most interesting boss fight right now is Ravager of Souls. Oh, you mean Ravager of Minds? Yeah. Ravager of Minds is the one with the arcane balls. Ravager of Souls spawns the ghosts that sunder you as well, which is also interesting, I think, but of Minds is probably more interesting. Yeah. I feel like farming this chest would be a good, like, chest to... Wait, how is it only 273 armor at level 55? My current one is 447 armor. They're both caster chests, aren't they? What the hell is going on here? What? Shouldn't they have like the same armor value? Is this like a low level chest with like a high level affix maybe? That's weird. Valaxteria. Doesn't Valax have a 50, like a level 40 chest as well? Yeah, it's a level 40 chest. It's a level 40 chest with a 55 affix for some reason. And then the higher level version of that would be 55, yeah. But 55 has 520 armor. This one doesn't for some reason. That is, yeah, weird because it's, well, wrong base, I guess. That's funny. Also, we wanna get a Shaman belt, right? +1 all skills to Shaman belt before we move over to Ultimate. Which you would get from either Homestead, you can just craft a belt, or the Chains of Brandis from Watcher Brandis in Port Avery, which has Chaos Res as a baseline. So I think we're actually gonna like jump into Port Avery real quick for a bit. Yeah, let's do that. Give me 1 sec, guys. I think we just sell these chests. Yeah. I mean, my resistances are fine to run Podwebbery like this, so we can just like run Podwebbery like this. There's also like 2 devotion shrines we're gonna get here. This is the beta playtest. This is the public playtest, yeah, the 1.2.1.6 patch right now. Yes, yes. I'm playing this build in the Season 7 offline and really enjoying it. Can you link your current grimtools so I can see your devotionals? Sure, yeah. Let's see here. You're a heavy PoE1 player, but for some reason you're really hyped for the Grimdawn expansion. That's nice. You played both, you just like being able to play offline, like in Grimdawn. Yeah, that is like an upside for sure. Just going with single mastery for now, yeah. For now, yes. I'm also not gonna like proceed all too much further. I'm only gonna like get to ultimate for now, and then maybe eventually like pick up a second class and like finish the character, either when like the Fangs of Asterkarn is out or whenever I feel like. But I do want to do some more like of these level 1 to like 60-ish, like level 1 to like the end of normal basically runs. Is there a way to lower eye level legendaries on a level 100 character? There is not, actually. No. There's no way to lower item levels. Let's just do all the events here at once. The totem, the shrine, the boss. Why not, right? Why not? My Aether Dress is good, should be fine. Mob level cap in normal? Why would that be a problem? I mean, there is a mob level cap in normal. But I'm not farming like Krieg's lab, am I? Like at this point. Oh, to lower the eye level of items. Well, oh yeah, if you want to like farm like a lower level item, I think it works for monster frequents. Like if you want to like say farm a lower level monster frequent for like a second character, you could do that in normal, depending on like the area where it drops. It's not gonna necessarily work like super reliably, but for some items it might work. Then again, I don't think it's worth it for monster frequents. And for legendaries... Does it even work for legendaries? I'm actually not sure. I don't think so. But maybe. And low eye level non-mythical metal. Wait, which one? There are some that are interesting and like worth using. I think like only one or two maybe, but... Mikael Håkans, welcome, welcome. We aren't getting GD2 before 2030. Yeah, GD2 is like a maybe next decade thing. It's gonna be like 2030 at the earliest. The Bloodsetter of Cthulhu. Wait, that's best on Wire Smite? What? And it has like a proc that gives you like a bunch of flat damage, but... How's that good for Wire Smite? That's weird. Like that's the only medal I had in mind as well, where it's like sometimes worth it to use the non-mythical one for the proc, because the mythical one doesn't have the proc. But I've seen it usually maybe like on some like flat damage, like pistol gunners and stuff like that. Why on Wire Smite? Oh, because the mythical one converts Wire Smite to Chaos, I think, in
Good,
that
you're back.
case.
Hallo Rekby van Fieldsbloem, Rekby van Fieldsbloem, Rekby van Fieldsbloem.
Hello, hello, hello. Appreciate the support, welcome back. Scrabbers, how you doing? How are you doing since yesterday? Dude, my voice is like literally... What do people say? Has more bass to it because of drinking yesterday. Like, not used to that. Fuck. Did you already like grab some dinner or? When you're 20, waiting 10 years seems like less time. Then you're like 30 only. But now you're 31, waiting 10 years feels like a long time, because then you're gonna be like 41. Yeah, and 41, like back when you were 20, right? 40 felt like you were pretty much dead at that point, right? But now 40 is like closer to 20 and you're like Monka. What the hell? But then again, like 40 is not that bad when you like consider like people who live until they're like 80, right? It's like technically only like halfway there. DZ was feeding more than Magi? I don't know. To be fair, there were like some games where we all have been feeding because like the enemies were just like way better than all of us. Like that one like 5-man team like was ridiculously good compared to us, so that was rough. I think it was like one game where we were like all had like 10 deaths at least. Like that was horrible. Okay, let me check gloves here, because like gloves are low armor right now, and well, I could have more armor on them. Purging of the Arcane Blaze. Is that a good one though? I don't even know. Doesn't really feel like it's a good one. We got Touch of the Ever-Living Grove here as well. Shroud of Vicious Barbs, that's some shrewd up garbage. This one has lots of resistances, but I mean, I wanna like use a different bird anyway. Dum, dum, dum. 10, that's like nothing. Dude, I've been telling you, like, Magi is better than he used to be. He has learned the game, slowly but steadily. Like, at least a bit. Oh, the window was out? That's correct. Just press them and then they're out. Rookie mistake. I had them out like earlier. Why the heck? When the fuck did I resummon them? Just a warning for new players, you have 2,300 hours in Grim Dawn and you're still a noob, but this game is addictive. I mean, I wouldn't say you're a noob at that point, but there are some things that aren't the easiest, like, mechanic-wise. Dota is so complex between all the hero comps and counters and items. I mean, it's certainly more complex than, like, Heroes of the Storm or, like, League of Legends, that's for sure. But it's also, like, a 20-year-old game, which also has been, like, figured out mostly. Dota, Omega lol. Yeah, 55 hours in Grim Dawn. Yeah, I mean that's actually like baby hours. Anything like sub 1000 hours is like still new to the game, I would say. Or like sub 500 at least hours. Right. Pretty much. Depends of course like on your experience with like other RPGs that you had beforehand. When your eyes lose their HD rating and you start to understand which games are good for real. It's all about the gameplay and like gameplay loop, I think. And Grim Dawn has good gameplay loop, even though it could have like more endgame. The next expansion is gonna fix a lot of that though, and also the leagues, like the community leagues, they're also like fixing a lot of that. Vi sitter här i vänten och spelar lite Dota, ja precis. Så var det ju så som Bass Hunter said. Yep. That was horrible Swenglish right there, but oh well. You cleared everything in less than 80 hours, just copying all of my builds. Well, yeah. You can do that way, I guess, as well. The totems are so stupid, I can even like just alt tab and like AFK while the monsters die on the second screen. Even in pod library you can like AFK. Actually, I mean you shouldn't, because there sometimes are like stupid Aether tornadoes that are painful and invincible. At least you can reach out, that's true. I try my best. Wish you could go back to 2004 and get a playlist of everything I was listening to while playing Dota and WoW. 2004, man, that was quite some time ago. Quote if Rectos reads chat. Hey, I'm actually reading chat, come on. Madly police. The Madly police. Oh yeah, you gotta use Ghoul and get high casting speed on cooldown casters. That was classic Madly logic. Blaming people on the forum for posting builds that don't have Ghoul when you're playing a fucking like almost zero weapon damage like cooldown caster. Classic. And also like arguing that you need like 200% casting speed on cooldown casters. Classic. Flame Strike is affected by attack speed. The Fire Strike, yes. That is attack speed based. Correct. I mean, most of the time, whenever you're like using your weapon to attack, it's attack speed based. Whenever like the weapon disappears using casting speed, except when it doesn't disappear, like with Force Wave or like Editor's Tempest. But yeah. I don't know, it's like a stupid rule, I guess. Don't follow it. Doesn't really help that much, does it? But you can't like trust weapon damage. Like for example, Editor's Tempest has weapon damage, right? Bone Harvest has weapon damage, but they're both like casting speed based. So that definitely doesn't work. Shadow Realm could work like a PvE map if Xanta just would add a map device where you could add mods and so on. I mean, or they would just add a device where you can not only change mods on Shadow Realm, but in the entire game, including the campaign. Which is pretty much what they're like working on right now for Fangs of Asterkarn. The Ascension Altar is kind of like that in a way. It's like a map device in a way, just like for the entire campaign, including, well, Shadow Realm that you can play within the campaign, of course. Is there an ETA? No. I mean, apart from this year, the ETA is at some point this year. And one of the 365 minus like 2 months that we have left of the year. Yep. Which attribute points to pump for Purifier? Well, you want a little bit of everything, I guess, in a way. You need Cunning to equip pistols, or guns in general, you need spirit, because maybe you have energy problems, then you need spirit. And also spirit does scale like fire damage or lightning damage. Like I don't know what you're playing, but if you're like playing fire strike, like fire strike, then spirit would be the attribute like also scales your damage a bit. It's not like that much, so don't worry like too much about like putting all points there. It's not really worth it. But spirit would be the one that like increases your damage. And then physique, well, because it gives like the highest amount of HP per point. And also defensive ability, which is, well, great defense. So I would say, yeah, like only put cunning if you needed to wear weapons, and otherwise put points in spirit or physique, but probably more in physique than in spirit as well. YouTube chat is more like a comment, not a chat. Is it? I think it's, isn't it like pretty much the same? Hoping we can use the new tendency mode to farm instead of farming SR 75 to 76. I mean, it's 30 to 31 on the new patch now, right? The SR has been also officially compressed. Not just the league has done that, but yeah, it's like one of the things that they're successfully copying from the league in a way. The physical builds typically invest more into cunning, yes. Is that devotion? I don't know about devotion necessarily, but they do invest into cunning simply because cunning gives you physical damage as well. You do chat is slower and you can't use emotes. Is it slower? I mean, it's just slower because like less people are writing. Depends like how many people write, whether it's faster or slower. The YouTube emotes suck though, that's true. So pretty much nobody uses emotes on YouTube. Which makes the chat seem maybe like a bit more mature in a way sometimes, but maybe also just more boring. Yeah. Otherwise I think it's pretty much the same. I'm kind of struggling figuring out what's best in slot in Grim Dawn with the regular gear, like stuff that rolls affixes. Yeah, you need to like know what affixes do what and what affixes are like rare and which ones aren't and so on. The Grim Dawn like rainbow filter mod can help you like a little bit with that, because it like recolors damage types and like recolors affixes, and you can also like recolor the stuff in any way you want if you just go like into the txt file. Med gäng snackar via Discord nu. När jag akkurat har varit social så var det Teamspeak. Vad använder folk nu? Jag skulle säga det är fortfarande Discord som folk använder flest. I mean, I'm using Discord most of the time. I think like most people that like use something to chat in game use Discord nowadays. Like Discord kind of does everything TeamSpeak and Skype and Ventrilo and so on could do in the past, just like better because I have the chat rooms as well. I would say so. Like Discord is definitely like the hot spot to be at still. Oh, yeah, right, I can't go back to cell. What the fuck am I even trying to do in the dungeon? Going back. We got the belt, right, from Brandis? Where is it? There it is. There's like 3 Watchers, the last one is Brandis, and we got an aggressive arcane balance, which honestly is very good. I'm very happy with this roll. Has higher chaos rest than my current one. Has elemental and bleed rest on top, which is nice. Slow rest as well on top. Aggressive gives you offensive ability, arcane balance gives you like elemental damage as well, and I believe elemental and bleeding resistance. And it has higher armor, and most importantly, it has like +1 to all skills and of all of Arcanist. Rather not Arcanist, but Shaman in this case, of course. So it's pretty good. Pretty good build. Pretty decent. I mean, it could be better, but it is very good already. So no complaints. Certainly no complaints. How many months before the expansion, before new expansion trailer with release date will be released? Oh, you mean like how much time is there usually going to be between the expansion trailer and the release date? For Grim Dawn, usually not that many months, I think. Maybe like 1 or 2 only, I think. You try Discord, but there's a lot of bloat around it. I mean... yeah, it's like... it's like personalized forums as well, like it's like servers, but like chat rooms and stuff like that, so it's way more than just like something to talk with other people. But I mean, you could also like just add people as friends on Discord and then like have like a just like personal conversation with them, which you can also like expand to a call, of course, and then you can drag other people into that call with whom you're friends as well. So you can have like a kind of like a group call, like outside of like the servers as well. Is Ventrilo still around? I have no idea. I haven't been using Ventrilo since like 2010, I think. But it might be still around, no clue. Skype is actually shutting down. I mean, who the fuck uses Skype still? Like, people use either like Microsoft Teams or like Zoom for like stuff that's like a bit more professional, I guess. But Skype is just, I don't know. Skype like literally died when Microsoft took it over. Like the only people, okay, so like Skype was like widely used, right, once upon a time, and then Microsoft took it over, and then the only people like left to use it were like grandchildren phoning from Australia to like their grandparents that were like in Europe or something like that. Like, I think that's like literally the only use case scenario that like still existed. Night Hunter's Chest Guard and Black Hand. I mean, Black Hand is like some item, I think. Yeah. Let's actually remove weapons, because I'm not gonna use any of these weapons, definitely. Ever, anyway, and maybe like check out the chests instead. Like the armor pieces. Imperial Hauberk. Okay. Oddly specific example. I mean, isn't that like literally the only use case of Skype like in the last 15 years? It's oddly specific because I think it's like literally the only way people use Skype. You already started playing games in the 80s? It's kind of like my dad, yeah. He also played like 80s, like text adventure games and stuff like that a lot, or was even like 70s, I don't fucking... like all those like DOS games. Reading German sometimes looks Swedish to you. Well, because it's... He's literally speaking, like he's literally writing in Swedish. Original Elite. Original Elite, eh? You hate teams too. Alright, we're level 55, which means we can use Vadaxteria chests. I should farm a new one though, because the current one is just terrible. And that's the one I like use just like these. Oak skin bonuses, cold chaos piercers. I mean, they have a lot of resistances, don't they? Imperious, but like lightning roll is kind of bad. This is kind of bad. This is kind of just bad. This is just bad. This crap's just fucking bad. You can always send grimtools links in chats, in the chat. I might look at them, I might ignore them, depending on like how much time I have to look at them right now. But even if I don't have the time to look at them, maybe somebody else in chat has time to look at them. I give you like some feedback as well. This is a grimtools safe space. No grimtools links will ever be banned here. Okay, the WoW music ended, and I feel like this run is maybe about to end soon as well, once I fix my resistances here. I mean, I might like jump into ultimate real quick though. Honestly, I mean, Praetorian is nice and all, right? But like this chest is just, I mean, this helmet rather, is just so juicy as well if you're a Shaman, right? The OA and the A to Stonecrawler's Pact is insane. Pierce, Poison, Vitality. Let's see. I kind of want to use that one, I think. Because of the Vitality resistances. It's also higher Poison Rest, so that's good too. This one is Pierce Elemental. I think I'm gonna switch out my shoulders in as well. Yeah, you can also hop on my Discord, right, and like post links there if you want some more feedback from people as well. Hello viewers, welcome. Builds will however be shamed. Yeah, they might be looked at, but they will also be shamed, maybe. Nothing is... Yeah, the links are safe, but the builds aren't safe. It's true. They will be shamed for sure. They will definitely be shamed. Hang on, where's my belt that I had before? Did I sell it? Did I sell my anti-venom salve? Oh, there it is. Okay, I need like 5 billion more chaos rest, right? Like, what is this? Usually not in a mean way. Yeah, usually not. But maybe, yes. Usually not, though. Usually. Fuck. What are good shoulders? I mean, these are decent, but like they have Aetheress once again and no Chaosness. Pierce Aetheress on this one too. Chaos, Aetheress. HP, health, regen. Your mama jokes will be used. What does like... Dude, the flippin' like... I don't know what happened to my like chroma key thing filter recently. Like, I feel like I fucked it up a bit. Can you fix it live? So weird, because like it also depends on like the background of the game and so on. I never heard of your mama jokes, of course. What do you mean? Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, I'm gone. Oh my god, what the fuck? Scuffed. Why is it so scuffed? Oh my god, I need to fix it somehow at some point. Properly. Maybe not on stream. Maybe that's a bad idea. 20-minute delay on YouTube chat. Well, did you press on live? Svenska, tyska, holländska, norska, danska och lite isländska är nära besläktande. Ja, det är sant. Så tar man det lugnt så förstår man mycket. Ja, precis. Isländska är ju ganska annat då. Icelandic still has like the th, right, which survived in English, but for some reason like didn't survive in like Swedish, Norwegian and Danish and so on. Your mama's so old she's still playing Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne Dota. Apparently, I found out the other day, like, there are people that actually still do that, like, unironically. I'm like, what? Why do you still, like, play Dota 1 even after all these days? Like, that's crazy to me. It's just simply crazy. Dota 1 shaming. Do I want to brick the Praetorian or not? I'm not sure, actually. This is a rough one. I mean, you can brick it. But maybe you don't want to. Okay, did I reset the game so I can just farm Valexteria here? Let's see. Average German speaks like 50 languages? No. Definitely not. I guess we speak more languages than the average American, like the average US American. But I mean, I learned obviously German, English in school, Spanish in school, Latin in school. I didn't learn French in school, but many people do learn French in school. Some people also learn Italian or like Portuguese. or Russian or Polish or Chinese or Japanese, depending on like the school where you go to, you can like learn those languages too. And then like once you're like at the university or like in college, whatever you want to call it, you can pretty much like learn any language. Turkish, Arabic are like kind of common too, I guess, nowadays. But I mean, the average German doesn't learn those languages. I would say the average German maybe learns like, I don't know, like 3 languages, something like that. And then of course you have like different dialects as well. I think this is nice. This has actual like level 55 armor, and it rolled like poison rust on top. Let's see here, we have way too much elemental rust. We need more pierce resistance, we need more vitality resistance, more chaos rust, which I think we just fix by like using a sanctified bone in the chest. It should be good enough. What's the hardest language to learn in your experience? I would say like all the Romanic, like Latin languages, Latin-based languages are rather easy. Because I think Latin is a very like logical language, and all the others are like built on top of that, so everything is like kinda easy. I would say German is more complicated than like, for example, Spanish or Italian and so on. I think like Slavic languages are pretty hard when it comes to pronunciation, or like Russian as well. Like the grammar might not be that hard necessarily, like for example Finnish grammar is like way harder. But like pronunciation is a lot harder in Slavic languages. And Chinese I think is also very hard. I think Japanese, for example, is very easy compared to Chinese. Like to learn the grammar and the pronunciation at least. You do have to learn like 3 alphabets basically instead of only 1. Or like 3 writing systems instead of just 1. But I think pronunciation is rather not that hard in Japanese, compared to, for example, Chinese at least. And the grammar is also not that hard. It's like different logic, of course, very different to like European languages, but it's also kind of logical, I would say, most of the time, actually, like the grammar. There are many words that like sound similar though, of course, and like context based, or like you can only like tell the difference either through the context, like when you write down the word, but like the sound is literally the same. And Chinese, I guess, like helps more in that regard, because the words have like this, like if you write them like in Latin characters, it would be like the same word, but because of like the different like like tones and so on, right, like going up, down, or like just like being up all the time or like down all the time with your voice and so on, like it's different because of that. And Japanese has like less of that, so sometimes it's a bit harder to like understand what people are actually like trying to say, and except like when you obviously like know the context, and so the context is more helpful there. Maybe like use these gloves now. I have enough poison rust, don't I? They have more pierce runs. I need even more pierce runs, right? Oh, and I have like 0 vitality rust now, yikes. This one is all of that.
See you around.
Yeah, this looks good to me, apart from the flippin' like chaos rest being absolutely terrible. Okay, I think it's a homestead component, or maybe it's a kind of chosen component actually though. Oh no, it's here, homestead, yeah. Sanctified bone. Oh, I already bought all of them, fuck, what am I doing? Oops. Why does German always sound so angry? Does it sound angry when I say, ich würde jetzt gerne eine Pizza essen? I don't know, does that sound angry to you? Maybe because of like the harsh like tss in pizza. It's not. It's a bit like sharper than in English. Sounds like I said I want to piss in somebody's face. What? How is it like? You guys are trolling. Holy shit. I just meant like I want to eat some pizza right now. Like I would like to eat some pizza right now is what I said. That's all I said. What do you mean? Okay, Chaos Resistance, I guess we could like postpone until like a bit later. Unless... Yeah, I think we just postpone it a bit. Bone in head. Yeah, unless bone in head, exactly. Another bone in head, instead of like runestone. I could just like put another bone in head, I guess. Why not? I'm still using Slith Primary Ring from like level 1. Okay. That's interesting. Boner in head. Wait, what? Classic. What is this music? This is the music from the game called Outward, which I've never played. But it's decent music, so we're playing it. Service in Lufthansa was 10 out of 10. Oh yeah, Lufthansa is usually always good. I mean, it's very expensive as well. Or, well, not very, but decently expensive. I've used them too, though. Like, they're not giga expensive. They're fine. More expensive than like a cheap airline, I guess. But cheap airline also equals cheap service most of the time. So. Could do Black Terror. The thing is, like, I need movement speed and bleed rest right now from... Actually, I don't need movement speed that badly anymore. Hang on. Could, like, remove one, maybe. Bleed rest would be bad, though. But, I mean, bleed rest is kind of... Okay, for proof of concept, right? We're gonna just go and do Act 1 Ultimate. So we conclude that the build is ultimate ready. Kind of. Yeah, Imbued Silver would fix Chaos and Bleed Rust. Yeah. Wait, how is Poison still at 75? Oh yeah, because I was using this now instead of that. Okay, let's go back real quick and use one Imbued Silver, yeah. Like, when in doubt, Imbued Silver out, I guess. It's just a really, really good component. And I'm not even like using any augments right now, right? Like, if you are spending a bit more time in normal, you can just like farm some bounties, for example, and get honored status with more than just one faction, and then maybe like get some actual like useful augments for your rings and weapon. Some of which have, well, resistances as well. In Italy, the service changed real quick. I mean, if you're expecting like in a restaurant, like American-style servers in Europe, I think like you're gonna be in the wrong spot everywhere in Europe, because Europeans are more about, well, you're the customer, right? Of course, like you wanna buy something here, so if you behave like an asshole as a customer, we're just gonna like kick you out instantly. Whereas in the US, from what I've heard and seen at least, people are a bit more like Like the customer service is a bit higher, like you can complain more before they throw you out, basically. In Europe, you're gonna be like thrown out very quickly. That said, as a German, I also have to say like Italian service is terrible. Like even compared to Germany, I think it's terrible. The food is great, but the service is terrible. But I mean, I usually don't care about the service. I just care about the food, so I don't mind all too much. But if you are somebody who cares about the service, which I don't really that much, then yeah, you're gonna have a bad time in Italy most of the time. The only thing I care about is they make the food is good, and the food arrives on my table. That's like the only thing I care about really. If all of that is given, then I'm happy. Okay, we're missing like a bit of damage now, I feel like. Because we only have like 700 lightning modifier. And, but I mean that's kind of like to be expected I guess at this point as well. Because I have a level like 10 item here. Which we're gonna refarm again once I'm in Burbage Outskirts. Your parents are from Italy, so you're not really too Americanized. We don't complain about every little thing. But some of them don't really seem to care about their job. The thing is, like, it depends like where you go as well. I feel like in some places, they know they're always gonna have like enough customers anyway, because it's like some maybe like touristy spot, for example, right? And then they really don't give a fuck. Like some of the lakes, for example, in northern Italy, when you go there, like some of those spots are like the towns are super small, and you can't like build more houses there because it's literally like there's no room. But they still have like a lot of tourists, so they're like overflown by like tourists. And then they happen to have like 1 out of like 3 maybe like restaurants in that town, because like you literally can't build more restaurants in that town. So, well, they're always gonna have customers. So they really don't care that much how they treat you. Because there's no room to even have any options, you know? I mean, the only alternative would be like not go to that place in the first place, but then, well, you're not at the lake, and if you want to be at that lake, then you have to be there. And you have to, well, I guess eventually eat in one of the restaurants as well. So I guess it depends also like where you go, right? How much of a monopoly they have over like food services, basically. Low tourist near the Alps. There's actually like many spots, I would say. As long as you like don't go to like Neuschwanstein or like the Zugspitze, like the big spots as well. There's many other like spots where you can go to just like hike or ski as well. Obviously, like in winter, I feel like at least on certain weekends it's always full. Like no matter where you go, because I feel like so many people want to ski for like I don't understand. Like I live close to the mountains, but I've been skiing obviously. Like I know how to do it, but I don't do it that much, and I don't know. Like, there's many years where I don't go a single time even. Welcome in, Enoilen. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hello, hello, hello. What have you been up to today? Appreciate it. Lake Constance is very chill, yeah. I mean, Lake Constance does have some tourists too, of course, but it's maybe not as like... I mean, the lake is like big enough, and the mountains around it are plenty, so... it's not as full as like the more like smaller and narrower like lakes in the north of Italy, for example. But to be fair, I'm like not like a mountain expert, because like most of the time, like when I was in the mountains, like I just went along with friends who were like more experts than I was, because I really didn't care all too much where we go. I just cared about like walking somewhere, or like hiking somewhere, or like skiing somewhere. And they either had like families that would ski more than my family, or they were just like more interested themselves, so I really didn't do all too much of the organizing part myself. Just gonna raid and dip. Alright, alright. Welcome on, guys. If you went to Europe, you would go for the architecture. Yeah, I feel like mountains do exist in other parts, and I feel like in Europe, like the Alps are like, especially like in Germany, like people make such an insanely big deal about the Alps, and I mean, sure, they are like a pretty cool mountain range, but there are so many other mountain ranges in the world as well that are similarly, you know, like interesting and great. I don't know if anything compared to the Rockies. I mean, I've been to the Himalayas, and I would say that probably can compare. That was pretty impressive. Super remote. I mean, you have to have trust into your bus drivers, yeah. Like, I don't think I've had a bus drive where I thought I was literally about to die like every 2 seconds ever before, and that was definitely one of them. Like, holy shit, dude. The roads are next level terrible. Yeah, I mean, I guess the Rockies are like similarly, how do you say that? Like cultivated in a way, right? As the Alps are. I mean, there's like 5 billion streets in the Alps as well. You can like literally go wherever you want by car yourself, which you definitely can't in the Himalayas. Like, to get to like certain spots, you would have to like literally hike a week to even get there, right? And to get to the spot from which you would start hiking, you would have to like take some taxi or bus, which, yeah, would drive across roads that might or might not be closed, and which have like no guardrails, and if the driver like does one mistake, you would literally like fall down like 500 meters and die and crash. So yeah, it's definitely like a different experience. Even the Appalachians are cool. I guess, yeah. How high are those actually? Or like how... I know they exist and I know where they are, but... aren't they more like hills? Like all the photos I see here are just hills, they're not mountains. Or like something that southern Germans would just call as hills and not mountains. Like there's pictures like this, right? Right, these are just hills, they're not mountains. Which is still cool for hiking. For sure. But you also don't get like a good view. Like no insane views like you would when you like go mountain hiking. Still looks beautiful though, for sure, for sure. Charleston was a pleasant surprise compared to anything US. Charleston. Wait, where's that even? I actually don't know where Charleston is. Charleston. I was like in South Carolina. Interesting. Carolina, or like both North and South Carolina, is getting kind of popular. I feel like those were like states were like under the radar for a bit, I feel like. But nowadays, like people, I guess, start moving there because it's still like affordable to get there, to like move there. Or at least I feel like I hear about a lot more about like North and South Carolina than I used to, and also I hear a lot more about like people moving there than I used to, because you literally like used to hear nothing about those like states whatsoever. We are full. Wait, are you from South Carolina as well? NC is super popular now. Maybe I should move to your basement after all, Ground Zero. Basement time. Many transplants from like New York, Cali, and New Jersey. That makes sense. I mean, Cali and New York are expensive as fuck. And well, wages are probably like not keeping up. Or like whenever people like lose their job or something like that, right? They can't afford like the Cali lifestyle anymore. I gotta move. Gabagoo, gabagoo. My Tyrolean basement enough for me. I'm not in Tyrol, but yeah. Too many Italians? I mean, aren't you like Italian yourself? It's like the typical immigrants who are like, close the border, but behind me, right? Close the borders now, behind me. Let me in first and then close the borders. Classic. It's like one of my best friends. He's basically Russian, but like they got to Germany when he was like 10 or something like that. And what is his mother's like? His mother is also kind of like savage sometimes. She said something like, "What the fuck are all these immigrants supposed to be here? Like we didn't go to Germany just for it to be like flooded by immigrants. Like while being an immigrant herself, right? Like holy shit, dude." I mean, she can't vote in Germany, at least as far as I know. So maybe that's a good thing. But or can she actually? I don't know. I don't think she ever applied for citizenship. Anyway, as you can see, obviously, like, stuff dies slower, and we deal a bit less damage here, but we are being we're totally fine, right? We don't die here, we can clear stuff in time. This is reasonable ultimate build so far. As long as you know, fix your resistances. Ideally all of them up to 80% before you go here, but if you do go here, something like Bleed and Chaos, I would say, are the least important, at least for Act 1. You will have to fix Chaos 100% until you go to Bloodgrove. And also, if you do plan on, like, for some reason going into the side dungeon where Salazar is, like on the very outskirts, then you will also have to fix your Chaos Res. Otherwise you're gonna die there, probably. Some items that look cool, but are probably garbage, and I don't wanna, like, look at all of them, honestly. Grim Dawn drops, like, too many trash items sometimes. And there's so many affixes too, to be fair. Like, so many affixes. Or, I mean, there's gonna be even more with the expansion, right? Even more with next expansion. Maven Sphere moment? Do I not have windows yet again? When the fuck did I like, what? When did they, like, the reset again? How's Skeletors Tempest doing nowadays? I think it's, I mean, definitely better than it used to be. That's a fine skill.
Greetings,
Legacy of the Sea affixes saved in your item assistant. Oof. No Devils Out, classic.
Welcome.
The damage types in Grim Dawn overly complicate things. Most of them don't really feel any different, they're just different colors, essentially. Yeah. I wish... Or, like, they definitely could have, like, had less damage types, but more, like, unique mechanics to the damage types. I agree. That would definitely be slightly better. Okay, this guy hurts a fuck ton though, right? He did like almost 4k damage to me there with one hit. That was quite a damage. He deals physical damage, so like the only way to resist that is armor and, well, physical resistance. Both of which is probably not the best right now for me.
Oh, hello.
I mean, armor should be decent. Chest is... I mean, helmet is rather low. Chest is level 55. But it's like all caster gear almost. I mean, this stuff is heavy armor. Kind of. Ish. But chest and helmet are like caster armor, so very low armor piece, like armor values rather. Grim Dawn posted on Facebook, what's really cool, there are over 6.2 million possible potion combinations you could create with the Fangs of Asterkarn Cauldron. What's not cool? Hooking all of that up. Wait, can you link that? Did I actually post a Facebook spoiler? What? Did I post a spoiler on Facebook that's not in the, on the forums? Huh? Let's see that. What's not cool is doing their marketing on Facebook, yeah. Oh shit. Oh shit. Look at this poster. Look at this poster. 4 minutes ago. Grim Dawn dev updates. The WASD elephant in the room, Xantai, is addressing the elephant in the room, potentially. So, honest question, run and gun WASD movement like in PoE2 is strictly off the table. We're not revamping our animation system and rebalancing the game to shoehorn that in at the 11th hour. That side of gameplay is generally what we think of when we consider proper WASD implementation. But controller-based WASD movement where you need to stop to cast attack, as is on display here, is doable. I mean, obviously, because like people already did it. Is that what the community is looking for? I would dread to have the team implement this. Say we have WASD movement only to get skewered for it not being like PoE 2, which had run and gun gameplay implemented early on in development and not, say, 9 years after release. I don't know, what do you guys think? I mean, if you guys have an opinion, right? Post your opinion below this, I think. Right here, right? My personal opinion is I will never use this. Personally. Me personally. But I know other people might use it. The only time I would use this, there is one situation where I would use it, is if skills like Aether Ray, Essence Drain, like Drain Essence, or Flames of Ignafar, and similar skills would allow for slow movement during casting. But I'm pretty sure they're saying that that thing is not what they're gonna be able to implement. So with that out of the picture, I do not care about this, and I think they should not waste their dev time on it, personally. Because, I mean, if they do stuff like this, it takes time, right? It's dev time, right? And I think the only WASD gameplay that I personally would be able, like, that I would be interested in, would be exactly this. Everything else WASD related is not something I care about personally. But maybe you guys have different opinions, right?
Move along now, stranger.
Keyboard key to move here, your wrist is getting tired. Like this, you mean? But this is like still moving the mouse, right? I mean, doing this without using the mouse at all would be WASD. Watch the water guide, nice, nice. Glad you enjoy the content, and hopefully the build too. They should make Grimdawn 2 with WSD. I mean, they will 100%. Like, they are working on a new engine for Grimdawn 2, and Zant already like said us on stream as well when we were like, when we teased the Berserker Mastery, right? WASD is gonna be a big thing in the future of ARPGs, probably. Or like for the future of ARPGs, or like run and gun gameplay in general. So they will definitely like implement that from the get-go as well. Implementing it into Grimdawn 1 is obviously going to be like very hard. But I personally think, like, I personally would not use WASD, right, if it wasn't for run and gun gameplay. So yeah. Don't understand not wanting to use the mouse. I mean, some people just have like wrist problems that are probably worse than yours. It's just kind of how it is. You love WSD, yep. Yeah, I do hear like quite some voices here as well, even like in my chat, like WASD, even without run and gun would be nice to have. And I mean, I can see it being comfortable for people, for sure. Maybe like the older you get, the more comfortable it would be for you. But yeah, I think like, I mean, it depends, right? Like, who exactly would like use the resources for that, etc, etc. Would it like delay Fangs of Asterkarn even further, yada yada yada, right? Like, I personally would not want them to delay Fangs further just for like non-run and gun style gameplay, like WASD gameplay. I would be fine with them doing it like after release, personally. But also if they have like free resources, because like, you know, not everybody can like work on the same stuff. Like if whoever is already like done with their stuff has like time free to work on WASD, then I guess it wouldn't like hurt the official like release date of the game, right? Or of the expansion, and then it would be fine by me. Like, I don't care. I think the controller style WSD actually is not gonna like... I mean, it's one of those... It's not gonna take that much time to do it, right? But then actually will still take a lot of time to do it. Run and gun without WSD? There is, but like PoE2 has it too, right? You can still like strafe around even without WSD. But like that game has been like designed from the ground up to support playstyle, which Grim Dawn definitely hasn't. Like that would be even harder to do, right? Like, as Anti said, like it's animation work as well. Best German movie ever made. That's a good question. Like, I don't know that many good German movies actually. Hey, what's a good German movie? What's like actual good German movie? Das Boot? Das Boot is pretty good, yeah, true. Stromberg? Die Welle. I mean, Die Welle is like a good movie, but is it like an actual great movie? Like a competitive movie, you know? Like boat? I mean, you don't say boot, but that's like shoe, right? I mean, that's literally an English word. You say boat, right? B-O-O-T. That's how you would say that. Boat. It's not bot. No, it's boat. Holy shit. These guys slap. Gotta be slightly careful here not to die to these guys. Yeah, just like in the Swedish as well, boat. Actually. It's kinda like the same pronunciation in Swedish and German. Well, das Boot is technically like båten, right? Because you have like the definitive article at the end, and we have like a the article like the definitive article as like a separate word. Stonehide of the Wolf is a pretty good item usually. I mean, my current one is a Thunder though, which has like lightning damage. I think my current one is fine. Alright, I didn't farm the guy who drops the offhand actually. You wanna go and farm the guy who drops the offhand, of course. Do we have any chaos resistance in here? It's not too bad for now. Like having less armor and less physical resistance is kinda yikes, not gonna lie, but for rest it's really good. Okay. You see my time in the top left. All Quiet on the Western Front. Oh yeah, that's actually a very recent, very good movie, I guess. Yeah, I guess like most like famous or good German movies are all like kind of war movies as well. Which is a little depressing, like Germans can't like do like good non... I mean there are like many like light-hearted movies, but I feel like they're all kind of cringe, the Germans ones. They're probably like okay to watch in German if you are German, but if you're not German and you watch them in English, you will like not understand anything, or it's just gonna be like giga cringe. Like romance or like comedies and so on, they're just like, even as a German, I think they're already cringe, and if you're not German, I think they're even more cringe. Like, they're just not good. Like, I would rather watch like some Danish movie, for example. They're at least like somewhat decent. I don't think like Germans have bad humor in general, but for some reason like the people that make German movies, they're like extra bad. Oh yeah, I mean there's some like pretty famous actors from like pre-World War as well, for sure. Like what's it called? Like the guy from Munich, Karl Valentin, for example. Or well, there's the more famous guy Heinz Rühmann, right? Which, well, it's like debatable like how close his ties were to the Nazis, because like, I mean, on one hand like he wasn't, but on the other hand like I feel like almost everybody who was like allowed to even like make movies at that point had to have like some kind of connections. Maybe not like for ideological like reasons, but just to like even be able to do anything, right? But it's kind of like rough to like whether or not you wanna judge the people on that only. Sometimes, as long as they didn't like, you know, like do literal like propaganda movies. The German game I played the other day. Oh, this one? That's right. No, that's how you write it. Zero to 19 to 39 in 3 seconds. Yep. Dude, American, like, so many American movies are like unwatchable for me as well, because like so many always have like the same pattern. Like it's almost as if like certain things always have to like happen in the movie, and it's like just ginormous propaganda and like all of them. It's crazy. I mean, some American movies I think are pretty good, like. But there's always like some scenes where you're like, okay, like, can I just fast forward, right? I think the Tarantino movies are decent too. At least most of them, not all, but most are pretty good. Facing this totem all the way is kind of scary, not gonna lie. So I'm gonna have to dodge some stuff or like disengage a bit for sure here. Why is there so many items in this game, man? Oh shit. So many drops. So much garbage that drops as well. Holy shit. I had over 50% resistances. I mean, I'm not playing like Magaper like yourself, yeah. This doesn't say Twitch TV/Magaper, does it? Unfortunately, it says. People are missing Magaper Grim Dawn streams? Oh shit. Why start now to get a life marker? Yeah. I mean, as the son of a family who went from Canada to South Africa because they loved apartheid, only to like move away from South Africa to America once apartheid stopped. Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's like all you need to know about the person, right? Like, that's kind of like all you need to know. Did I find the new offhand yet? Not yet, no. That's a good point. I did talk about it, but then I got sidetracked once again. Crazy videos coming out of Germany lately. Like what kind? I mean, we had a new election recently. Where the party officially supported by Elon Musk got like over 20%. Which is a bit concerning. Spoiler alert, New Zealand is gonna have politics as well. Like, New Zealand has politics as well. Maybe not as impactful, but they do exist as well. Okay, let's go and kill the Shaman with the offhand real quick. Like around here. Every single political video on YouTube is rage bait, all of them. There's a lot of fucking rage bait, for sure, like... There is definitely a lot. On the other hand, some things are a bit more... say... Things are different than like 10 years ago, that's for sure. I mean, always was different. 10 years later compared to 10 years earlier, but it certainly is a bit more different nowadays, I feel like. Of the flame caller, that's like fire damage. Why the fuck does it roll fire damage? Wait, does the flame caller like give you additional lightning damage? I don't think so, does it? So maybe we like try again.
Well, since I'm busy.
Using DNA as a part of culture is questionable, yeah, for sure. It's very least questionable. I mean, I think like, obviously like if you have like DNA from like I don't know, like this fucking obsession with DNA is also kind of weird in my opinion. Like when it comes to like putting DNA and like culture together. Like it has such a like flippin' like like imagine if like DNA tests were like widely available like back in the 30s and 40s of Nazi Germany, right? It would have been a very different impact. People back then probably got kind of lucky that it wasn't like that yet. At that point. People of similar DNA are compatible culturally. But is that because of the DNA or is it because of the culture? That's usually also like similar because they like grew up like with similar culture and so on. Like to me, the whole like DNA thing feels like a false correlation. Like obviously there is a correlation for obvious reasons, but it feels like a correlation that's not significant, you know. German culture is similar to what you've seen in the US. Well, probably because US culture is heavily influenced by German culture as well, because many immigrants were German. I mean, obviously it's even heavier influenced by the English. And if you look at like, for example, the like more like classic like countryside house in the US, I would say that's very, very similar actually to like the Swedish like countryside house. It's actually like very like Scandinavian Swedish in style. Like with a porch and so on, that's like super Swedish in style, I would say. Most white US people are just Europeans. I mean, that's like saying the moon is like circling around the Earth. I mean, what else would they be? But is there really like more people from Germany and the US than from England? That sounds weird to me. And also like more than... I mean, maybe it's true. I don't know. Oh, this time? Wait, does he have... Off with his left hand. Maybe. It's kind of hard to see whether he has it or not. Because like the default one I think looks very similar to the actual drop. No, no drop. What is this? I mean, if you're like a second generation like immigrant, then you definitely like still have a lot of like culture from the country from your parents, for sure. I would say so, 100%. And I mean that's also totally fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, obviously. Like, do you not eat tomato sauce out of a jar because of your DNA, or do you not eat tomato sauce out of a jar because, well, your parents didn't do it and they told you not to do it, basically, right? It's more about, like, how you grew up and, like, your culture and your, like, home education, basically, right? Definitely DNA, yeah. Like, your DNA is probably like no different than like from another guy who has like immigrants from like who's like part of an Italian like family from 200 years ago, something like that. But he might have some different habits than you because he lived like in America for way longer, like for longer generations. Which is again why I think like the whole DNA argument is. I mean, there is a correlation, but it's like a false correlation, like a non-significant correlation rather. How's the build going? Oh, it's definitely zapping. Zapping everything, already in ultimate as well. So like you can move to ultimate rather quickly on this, what I would say. And yeah, farming like the real gear here. Currently trying to get another Stonecaller effigy from Narbalgal. It's a weird name. Thunderstruck of Thunder, well that sure will have some lightning damage, won't it? 200% more, yeah, I mean that's gonna help with damage, right? We have like 700% more right now basically, and we're gonna jump up to 918. We do need a slightly more spirit though. That was close.
See what's left of my wares.
I don't know, I would say I have like some aspects in my life are definitely like influenced by like Scandinavian culture, some even by like actual Japanese culture, because I partially like grew up with stuff like that culturally. But my DNA is nothing to do with that. It's all about like how you grew up, I think. I mean, maybe not all, but a lot for sure. Like, it's a lot more impactful than DNA. Weeb gang? Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, if you have, like, parents who are, like, friends with, like, Japanese people who worked in Germany and stuff like that, like, in the 90s. There's a lot of, like, cultural, like, interchange, and if you visit them a lot in Japan as well as a kid, then yeah, there's some, you know. And if you aren't like super strict with your own culture, and you're sometimes like, oh yeah, this is kind of cool, I'm gonna do this as well, right? You could call it like cultural, like, what's it called, like appropriation or something like that. I don't know. I don't know why like people make a big deal out of like cultural appropriation. I think cultural appropriation is bad when you like take the culture from somebody else, of course, and then like tell them again like how they're supposed to like live their culture. But if you just like use it for yourself and you think it's cool and you're like making the best out of it for yourself, like what's the problem with that? Like I don't know. Otherwise I would feel like half of my life is like cultural appropriation and I'm offending somebody with that. Even though I literally had like no problem with that ever in my entire life. Offending nobody so far. Yeah. I mean, if people like make fun of, like, I mean, obviously you have to like, you know, respect the culture. If you don't, I mean, that's just like a thing about respect, right? Like if you're disrespectful to people, obviously it's terrible. Wind Devils, yeah. Sorry, thank you, chat. I'm resetting the game too much. Getting the axes back together. Oh my god, why does that... What? So many people like say that and it's like always funny to them but never funny to me for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I should just laugh about it as well. Getting the axes back together. Haha. Yeah. The thing is, like, stuff like that exists in Germany as well. Like, jokes like that exist in Germany as well. But they're just all fucking racist. So, I hate that kind of, like, jokes. And I hate being, like, in any way, like... being brought in, like, any kind of connotation with, like, people that make those kind of jokes. So, maybe that's, like, why I'm, like... That's maybe like why I don't like those kind of jokes, I don't know. I know it's an adult meme, yeah, for sure, it is. I guess I should just laugh about it, I guess. It's a meme. Just a meme. I mean, they were like allied, but also not really. They were just like too far away to be actually allied. Yeah, Germans have all the French memes, which I also don't think are funny. Like all the surrender jokes and so on, right? When in fact, like, France has actually like won more wars than Germany, like across their history. Oi oi. Rafiki, welcome on. David Chappelle, who? If Germany and Japan had been allied, they would have easily crushed Soviet Union. I mean, they were allied and they didn't crush them, so I just think that's bullshit. They literally were allied. That's the thing. Like, they were allied to a certain degree. They simply didn't have the resources. Like, they weren't as strong as you might... as you were, like, pretending them to be, I guess. Like, this talk about, like, them easily, like, defeating this and that if they were allied is just bullshit, because they literally were bullshit. Like, they were allied and they lost, so I don't know. What are we cooking today? We're cooking a, well, This is overcooked already, because you really don't want to like put points here and here. Like this is just, and also here. This is completely overcooked at this point. You want to put like a second mastery at this point, and put all the points in the second mastery. I'm just doing this to prove that you can do ultimate right away with a character like this, and that you can play a caster shaman and then like choose a second mastery of your choice. Like I would recommend Inquisitor, Arcanist, or Demolitionist for this kind of build. It's kind of just like a proof of concept that you can do that stuff. But we're also pretty much gonna end this run after I defeat Widow 3-year. Then we've done all of normal and like Act 1 Ultimate as well. I'm gonna stop there and do like a new run next stream, because I do wanna do a couple more of these in preparation for like new guides on like how to level all the different masteries in like different ways. And then maybe eventually like use these characters as well to finish them for like a complete like fresh start run. Maybe like choose a new mastery, maybe like choose existing masteries with like new synergies, who knows. To prove that Shaman needs more nerfs. Just admit I'm pre-leveling test charts for Fangs of Asterkarn. That's maybe like a side effect of it as well. I mean, okay, you say they had loose anti-Comintern pact, but they had no strong ties. Japan did not declare war on Germany's main enemy, the USSR. That is true, because they were really like in a way, maybe some like Germany back then felt like slightly betrayed or something like that by them. You could say. The thing is, they definitely had very close ties. Like, just take, for example, like, Japan declaring war on the US on the 7th of December 1941, right? And Germany declared war on the US on 11th of December 1941, like 4 days after. And the reason for that was because Japan declared war on the US. Otherwise, Germany would have maybe never declared war on the US, or like later, who knows? I mean, they did like, obviously like hate the US like supporting the British with all the stuff, but... yeah. Right, like the reason, like that's like one thing that maybe like not many people know. I don't know, like as far as I know, like didn't Germany declare war on the US before the US declared war on Germany? Was it like the same day? Literally the same day. Oh yeah, I guess like later that day, the US declared war on Germany, but yeah. Germany like actually declared war on the US first. Because of the declaration of war from Japan 4 days earlier. So I don't know, like there were at least like... Yeah. There were at least like some ties, you know? Like... Manchuria? I mean, Manchuria was like way before that already, like... Manchuria was like the Sino-Japanese war, like that kind of like predates, or like, well, was part of the extended World War II, you could say, I guess, in a way. Anyway, we got a vigorous Wheel of the Ring of Arcane Balance here, which should probably like replace one of my rings that I have right now. You could also like, of course, Get another of these Slith necklaces. Actually, the one ultimate is I think level 70, so we need like another 10 levels for that, which is not gonna happen. Or like wouldn't happen at any point, I think, actually. Yeah, it's level 70. It's like the same ring as this, just better. But I mean, you could also, instead of like of that, just use like this ring, for example. Which is definitely also better. Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna call it here, I think, for the day. It's been a good stream, guys. We've gotten to where I wanted to with this shaman, with this single shaman. I'll stream again this week, probably at some point. Not sure exactly when yet, but obviously I'll let you guys know on Discord. Sorry about like all the politics talk, but I guess I got baited by chat a bit. I don't want to like talk too much about that, to be fair, because I don't think this stream is like the right place for that, generally. I do like talking about it in general, but maybe not on the stream all that much. But then again, I don't have a second stream, so I guess this is the only place to talk about it, with you guys at least. I'll put down some more like grimtools links, of course, down below. This is what I'm playing right now in this very moment. You can also like find all the grimtools links below in the description of the YouTube VOD. And who knows, we're gonna maybe, probably, eventually, at some point, revisit this character and push him all the way to like ultimate Lokar and maybe even like new Fangs of Asterkarn content with a second mastery attached. And as I said earlier, if you want to play second mastery with a caster shaman like this, then Arcanist, Demolitionist, and Inquisitor are your main friends. Maybe Berserker is like doable too. Actually, yeah, Berserker is gonna be doable, because there's gonna be some items for something like this as well. I'm not gonna spoiler the stuff, but yeah, you will definitely be able to like place Berserker secondary as well for a character like this as well, actually. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Appreciate every single one of you being here. Hang out on Discord, hang out on YouTube, hang out on the season if you want to play some new like Grim Dawn content before the actual like release of the Grim Dawn Fangs of Asterkarn expansion. Also, Zantai was talking about like this WASD movement stuff right now. Feel free to put down your opinions there in that thread as well, if you want to see WASD in Grim Dawn in the future or not. If it's gonna happen, it's only gonna be without like run and gun gameplay, so you will always still have to stand still just like you have to right now. So no like moving while channeling, for example channeling skills, which I think is a, well, kind of a bummer, but I can understand because that's gonna be like a lot more effort to implement. So yeah, let me know if, or like let them know rather, obviously not me, if you would like that to be a thing in that game in the future, in the foreseeable future. Obviously, Grim Dawn 2 will most likely, like 99.9%, or like 100% have like WASD as one of the input like options, input options. Yeah. Wait, okay, where was the Facebook Grim Dawn leak thingy, whatever, that Zentai posted that you guys were talking about? Did fucking Facebook, man. Okay, guess we're checking out Grim Dawn Facebook real quick here. So there's this post here in Grim Dawn Facebook. What's really cool, there are over 6.2 million possible potion combinations you could create with the Fangs of Asterkarn Cauldron. What's not cool is hooking all of that up. And they have like some new icons here as well for new potions, which is pretty cool. Achievement for doing all possible combinations. Good luck with that. Wait, are they posting more stuff? Okay, not recently, I guess. Why are they not making like a flippin' post on the forums about this? Like, what the hell, man? It's weird. Alright, anyway, thanks so much everybody for being here. And I'll see you around on the next one. Bye-bye.